Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Solvang City Council on October 13th, 2025. Please silence your phones before we get started so there's no interruptions in that regard. And I would like to have Michael Daly lead us in first things first. Roll call, please. We're starting at 6:32.
Councilmember Infante.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a guest, Michael Daly. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Move your hands and face the flag and we're ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hey, 1 2. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's how we start school in Wings. After the pledge, we say, hey, what a day. So
No worries. We welcome that. Thank you. We're glad you're here. We have no proclamations, but we have a couple of presentations. We'll start off with item 2A, and that's 3CE presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Brown and council members. My name is Spencer Brandt, and I'm the Community Relations Manager with Central Coast Community Energy, otherwise known as 3CE, and I'm here to give you an annual update on 3CE's partnership with the City of Solvang. Next slide, please. It's okay. While you were pulling the slide up, I can take a little bit of a moment to thank your city manager who has served on our operations board in the past. And although the city of Buellton is our operations and policy board representatives this year, the city of Solvang will rotate into those leadership positions upon the next calendar year. So 3CE is the public agency that sources energy for communities all along the Central Coast. We work in partnership with PG&E, who continue to manage the transmission and distribution of that energy. So while they maintain the lines and the infrastructure, 3CE purchases the energy from generation projects like wind, solar, and geothermal. We service 30 cities across 5 counties, and this January, the city of Atascadero and the county of San Luis Obispo became our newest member agencies. In 2024, we delivered 409 megawatts of renewable energy. That's enough to power more than 350,000 homes. And by doing so, we're helping our region meet our climate goals by reducing CO2 emissions, the equivalent of taking over 105,000 gas-powered vehicles off the road for a full year. And we're on a path to deliver 100% clean and renewable energy about 10 to 15 years ahead of the state of California's deadlines. By October of 2028, renewable energy is projected to make up 69% of our energy portfolio. This is a number that could rise should we secure additional clean energy contracts between now and 2028. Next slide, please. This year especially, I want to take a moment to talk about energy storage. We get a lot of questions about battery energy storage systems, and I want to talk about how this is something that is becoming more and more essential for California's grid. Energy storage is also really important to customer affordability because batteries can store the abundant energy that we have from solar during the middle of the day and save it for when we really need it, when consumption rises in the evening. For customers, home batteries can provide backup power and resiliency to help keep the lights on during an emergency. And at a utility scale, batteries help reduce our reliance on fossil fuel peaker plants, which are the most expensive type of energy that we have to purchase for our customers. To illustrate this, I want to look at what California's electricity mix looked like 3 years ago. This was Labor Day weekend, September of 2022. You may remember this weekend, it was really hot, over 100 degrees here in the valley, and it was the cause of an emergency. The governor's office sent out a text message to everyone encouraging people to reduce energy consumption to avoid rolling blackouts. So this is the mix during the day. Green is renewable, red is fossil fuel, and orange at the very bottom, that's batteries charging. Then you'll see it reappear on the right-hand side of the graph. At the top, that's batteries deploying onto the grid. Now let's take a look at a similar heat event more recently. This was July 4th of this year. And you can see a couple things are different. First, it wasn't an emergency. We brought online more energy contracts for renewable energy. And we also see that the orange battery bar has grown. It's over tripled. And this is showing how energy storage is helping to meet that critical time period of that 4 to 9 p.m. peak hour. And it's helping us avoid turning on those peaker plants that are the most expensive type of energy. We received questions from community members about the safety of battery energy storage systems. So I want to share a couple key facts. First, we do not have any power purchase agreements with any indoor battery facilities. All of the projects that we have contracts for use containerized systems, and they're equipped with individual fire suppression units. They also have to meet the latest building code requirements. And the safety data of those requirements, as you can see on the graph, is really encouraging. Over the same time period that battery energy storage has deployed by more than 25,000% more since 2018, we've also seen a 98% drop in battery system failure incidents. As an agency, we joined the California League of Cities this past year in supporting Senate Bill 283, which established tougher safety standards for battery energy storage systems. And we were very pleased to see that legislation was recently signed into law by Governor Newsom. But we're not putting all of our eggs in one basket. We're also making investments in cutting-edge types of energy storage, like the Willow Rock Energy Storage Center. This facility will use compressed air to power turbines on demand, and it'll be the largest compressed air storage facility in the world once it's complete. We also have a number of projects coming online for solar plus storage, and recently Victory Pass Solar plus Storage came online and started delivering energy to our customers. Together, these projects represent enough power to power more than 250,000 homes and businesses. We know that delivering energy is only part of the equation, and connecting with our communities is essential to our mission. So we've done that over this past year by sponsoring events, hosting webinars, and conducting workshops about our energy programs. We partnered with community-based organizations, chambers of commerce to increase awareness of our programs, and we recently revamped our customer service hotline to be accessible in over 150 languages. Our energy programs provide customers with the tools to electrify their lives, and they put money back in our constituents' pockets. So our flagship program is Electrify Your Ride, which provides up to $4,000 per electric vehicle purchase. We also have programs in place to help electrify home appliances, to fund the construction of all electric accessory dwelling units, as well as targeted funds for our agricultural sector. And we have programs in place to help our member agencies meet their needs. Specifically, our programs Plan Your Fleet and Charge Your Fleet help cover the planning and infrastructure costs of electrifying city fleet vehicles. And then Electrify Your Fleet provides the funding for the vehicles themselves. Recently, we made a change to our programs that allows Charge Your Fleet and Electrify Your Fleet to be combined. So it's up to $300,000 a year that's available to the city of Solvang to meet these needs. We also have programs for an electric bus, which is often utilized by transit agencies and school districts. And here on the next slide, you can see a breakdown of how 3CE has invested in Solvang over the past year. We've also included data from a benchmark jurisdiction, so you can see a little bit of how you measure up. One project that I really want to highlight is that 3CE paid out $42,000 for an electric tractor for a local farmer just out of town. And good news is, as I mentioned, up to $300,000 for city operations is available through our programs each year. Before I close, I want to share a brief legislative update. You may have heard of changes at the federal level, including H.R. 1, otherwise known as the Big Beautiful Bill Act. This legislation has impacts to our customers. The first is that it eliminates the tax credits for home electrification and electric vehicle purchase. So we recently went through the deadline for electric vehicle purchase on September 30th. That tax credit can no longer be used. Our programs are still available. Our programs aren't going anywhere, but often our customers will stack that tax credit with our programs to maximize savings. People still have until December 31st of this year to use the home energy tax credit. Commercial businesses have that ability as well. And so we're encouraging customers that are considering installing a heat pump water heater or a home battery that now is the time to maximize your savings, stack the rebates that we provide with those tax credits. Just as consequential is that this legislation eliminates the tax credits for large utility scale projects. And so that means that fewer and fewer wind and solar projects are going to make it across the finish line. That's going to mean in the medium term, higher prices that ultimately customers will bear. To address this, 3CE and our legislative team was very active in the Pathways Initiative, which is a regionalization of our electricity market in California that will allow us to buy and sell power among California and 10 other Western states. This legislation will not only make the grid greener by allowing more efficient distribution of resources, but it's also projected to save California over $1 billion a year. And we're very excited to see recently that the governor signed this legislation into law, and so it will be implemented in hopefully the next 2 to 3 years. Looking forward, our legislative team, of which I'm a member, is continuing to look for ways that we can enhance affordability for our customers via the legislative route, and we've got a great regulatory team that is fighting for us at the California Public Utilities Commission to do the same. So with that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any questions? Mark?
Just out of curiosity, the electric tractor thing. There's a Air Pollution Control District had a LEED program, Landscape Equipment Electrification Program. I think LEAP, that's what it was. What's 3CE's relationship to the APCD LEAP program?
That's a great question. So we do not have a program that is specifically targeted towards the type of equipment that is covered by that program. Leaf blowers is the one that I think of a lot that I know was heavily utilized. We do often point customers in their direction when it comes to sharing information about those rebates that are available to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Did you have a question? Questions for you? Spencer, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have a presentation from Michael Daly, the County Deputy Assessor, regarding assessed properties here in Santa Barbara and Solvang. Mr. Daly, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to your council and to the public about county property taxes. I did some outreach this summer, just a fun fact for you to hopefully help you feel good. Did a lot of outreach to try to get us out there and communicate to cities, special districts, school districts, and you're the only city, you're the only agency that responded and said you'd like me to come speak. So kudos and thank you. It's not the most riveting topic. I don't think it will have as much energy as the previous presentation, but I'll do my best to make it interesting and give you some facts that are some of the facts in here, or some of the data in here is pertinent to Solvang. So I'll just go ahead and get started. So a brief introduction just about who I am and what I do and what our office does in the next slide. I've been with the assessor's office for a little over about 12 years. I'm from San Diego. I went to UCSB, have a master's in public admin. The department I'm in, the assessor, has 3 different divisions: the clerk recorder, assessor, and the registrar of voters. So we handle elections as well. I've worked a lot on very complex appraisals and appeals and throughout the county, hotels and golf courses and things like that. And I've also served as the chief deputy registrar of voters. So I've been working in elections since I was 18 and was doing both for a little bit. That was a little nuts. I'm glad to be back over to doing assessor and focus there. Our office is just a brief overview for those that may not know or understand that the assessor is just one of 3 departments that handle the property tax system for the county. The auditor, controller, and the treasurer tax collector are integral parts of that bureaucratic infrastructure. So, questions will come about distribution of revenue or bills and collecting. Those are things that our office does not handle. And so I'll get into that a little bit tonight as I get into the presentation here. So next slide. So some roll data and some history of it that I thought you might, if you didn't know, hopefully you're aware of some of the revenue growth that most of the county has experienced for property taxes. And just a quick overview of property tax revenue and its impact on the county. That's about 80% of the county's general fund is property tax revenues. A good portion of property tax revenues help fund public schools. So a lot of I think it's over 60% of revenues distributed go to, property tax revenues distributed go to public schools. So this is some data on the overall countywide roll value. And you can see it's year-over-year growth that we've had. I didn't go too far back, but we've had a general growth in property tax values. And this is, I'll be talking tonight in value because that's what the assessor deals with. So that's the data I have. But value translates to revenue. It's a percentage of the assessed value that is put on the assessment roll. So that's why you see these very large numbers. These are the values of all the property, the assessed values, I should clarify, of all the property in the county. So you can see you can kind of see what the COVID era or years did. We had that huge year-over-year change there in 22 following a lot of activity in the market. So my next slide will kind of show that Solvang has, I'm sorry, it's not my next slide. It's the one after this. But Solvang has, you'll see in just a minute, is very consistent with what's happening countywide in terms of revenue growth. Somewhere that's not headed the same direction is homeowners exemptions. Homeowners exemptions it's a very small tax break on single-family residence, primary residences, but it is a way to declare your primary residence to the county assessor, and this is important when I get to Prop 19 in just a minute. As you can see, homeowners exemptions are declining. They've been declining for a long time. They continue to decline. My opinion, that's an indicator of our county provides a lot of secondary homes and investment homes. So we're seeing a decline of homeowners exemptions. It's an indicator of a kind of a rough housing market when it comes to residents living in primary homes. Next slide. So here's, I put your guys's, I hope that's your logo. It's not some other Solvang. Pretty sure it is. Yeah, okay, good. I just realized, I was like, I should have verified that. But I got the right one. All right. Like I said, you can see that year-over-year increased growth in revenue. These are values for your area, just the city. Really healthy growth year-over-year. I don't know what's going to happen with the housing market in the coming years here. But, you know, generally in downturns, our county's fared okay relative to a lot of what happens across the country. But, you know, we'll see what happens here in the next few years. But right now we're seeing healthy year-over-year growth for the last five, even 10 years. The 2010s were very good for property values. I'll go to the next slide. So the real reason I'm here, other than giving you some data, I'm trying to give some education and information for folks to consider, because there's been some changes in the law with property tax, property tax exclusions or benefits that people can qualify for. The big one is Prop 19. The law changed on that. It used to be Prop 58, intergenerational changes. The rules have changed on that. So I'll get into that here just a bit. So the one place I like to let everybody know is out there that's really good resource is the Board of Equalization's website, boe.ca.gov. A lot of helpful information on Prop 19, what the law says, what it means, and how it may affect everybody's individual situation. You can see there's FAQs and checklists, and this comparison chart I really love. It's directly off their website. It shows exactly kind of the high-level overview changes that have taken place between what Prop 58 allowed and what Prop 19 is now, the current law. So you can see it became effective in 2021. The biggest change I'm trying to get everybody to understand is that principal residence of the transferor and transferee. That is huge. That has changed the dynamic of how properties are passed to children, and the qualification parameters for retaining your Prop 13 base for the child to inherit the property and keep the Prop 13 base. So that's just the high-level overview here. You can see that there's other little changes to it, but the big piece of information I'm really trying to get out of the public is the homeowner's exemption is really critical in that. That is one of the primary ways we look to see if that's a primary residence for the transferor, is that there's a homeowner's exemption on the property. If there isn't, it makes it a lot harder for us to determine that it is a primary residence. We have to ask a lot more questions. We may even just deny outright, and then it puts onus on the property owner to come back and say, oh no, it's my primary residence, I just don't have a homeowner's exemption on it. Okay, so we need proof of that. So just trying to get that out to the public, that they understand that's one way we sort of try to measure that qualification parameter is the homeowner's exemption. There's also another component of Prop 19, which is base year value transfers. This is also getting some attention recently because of the wildfire disasters in LA. Some folks that have wanted to move to Santa Barbara and move their tax base. Previously to Prop 19, we were not a county that accepts, we are still not a county that accepts base year value transfers from out of county. It's still an active law from previous. I'm sorry, I'm on the 55 and over, but I'm going to skip ahead to disaster relief victims. Base year value transfers, you 55 years or older, disabled, or a victim of a natural disaster, victim of a disaster. So we were not a county that accepts out-of-county transfers. But with Prop 19, every county has to accept inter-county transfers. But the qualification for, one of the qualifying factors for that is that you have to sell your original property. That's a change from the way the existing law for disaster victims was written. Another very nuanced kind of law, but very important for people to understand the changes, because these are tax savings programs that are really meaningful to people, and want everybody, want people to be aware of. So I'll go ahead and skip to the next slide. Is just some of the Prop 19 data we've seen since this law was enacted. This is as of May. We processed over 900 claims. About 50% of those are within the county, but as you can see, good majority of the claims are coming from Los Angeles. So this slide is it says intra-county, but that's a typo over there in the top. It's inter-county, so you can see the main counties that are having claims processed by our county. They're coming from, makes sense, our neighboring counties for the most part. Other is all the other counties. So LA, Ventura, Orange, SLO. And then these are outbounds. Again, very similarly, all going to neighboring counties. So we're seeing Prop 19 bases, Prop 19 bases it's really their original Prop 13 bases being transferred out of county to these counties. So very reciprocal thing going on between us and these 5 counties. Kind of interesting. There's another bar graph that kind of shows that a little more simply, just where these inbounds and outbounds are going and coming for Prop 19. So again, disaster relief, and I want to keep an eye on the time, be respectful of your time. I already talked about this, so we'll kind of skip ahead. I did cover the distinctions in the statutes, but here they are kind of laid out, the difference between Section 170, which I spoke about, that being the existing disaster relief law, and what Prop 19 now provides. Little nuanced things about being governor declared or not, and but it's important for people to know, particularly after those, we've been dealing with wildfires now for a while. Next slide. I'll briefly just talk about new construction. This is often a topic that people are confused about. I'm so surprised how often I hear, oh, if I do a new construction project on my home, the assessor's gonna reassess my whole property. It doesn't work like that. So if you build an addition, we assess the addition. We don't come and reassess the whole property. We add the value of the addition on top of your existing Prop 13 base. It's another Prop 13 value. And you can have several bases all stacked up in one property from partial transfers and new construction. We have to track all of those. So this just gives you kind of the volume of new construction we deal with. These are kind of our incompletes and new construction work items, things that haven't started on the lien date, things we haven't added value for. It's those broken down by those different colors. But pretty consistent construction activity across the county for several years. I think we're going to see some uptick in construction, particularly of subdivisions in certain areas throughout the county. So, real quick clarifying point here about what's accessible in new construction, what isn't. Any new construction that we call anything that's a permit that's opened on a property construction. So people get confused by that. It's not new construction. I just remodeled my bathroom. Well, we call it new construction because it's new. You did something new. So we're very responsive to what's happening out there. And we get all the permits from each jurisdiction, including yours. So all of it's discoverable, even if it's not permitted. We can assess unpermitted structures, and but recarpeting, re-roofing, fixing your HVAC, replacing fixtures, replacing damaged, doing deferred maintenance or doing maintenance on the property. Those are not accessible types of construction to a home or to a commercial building. But just the main point I really like to get across is please engage us. The permit and the plans only show us so much. We really need the owners' collaboration, cooperation, and a conversation about what is actually happening so we can get it right. Without responses to our questionnaires, which come out in the beginning of the year, around January, because that's when we assess new constructions on the lien date. Without that engagement, Section 501 of the tax code says we get to guess. We just throw a dart on it. We have to use a lot of market data to try to support what we do, obviously, but it really is much easier, and we can often come to a much better conclusion with the property owner if they just engage us and talk to us about what their opinion of it is and what was actually done. there's a lot of judgment in new construction, and so it helps to have a conversation. So we really want the public to not be afraid of us. Like, if they communicate with us, that means it's, we're trying to find every detail and we're going to put as much value on as possible. That's not how we operate. We need market data so that assessments are fair and equitable across the county. And, that comes with the information from property owners. So that's the conclusion of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Sorry. SBCassessor.com is our website for anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Any questions? I had a question real quick.
Sure.
How would you deal with tenant improvements?
Yeah, tenant improvements are, those get a little nuanced too, about things that might contribute to the actual shell of the building could potentially be put on the real estate, the real property. But tenant improvements are often assessed to a business. They can roll in and roll out. And so things that are inside of the shell, so to speak, these are, cabinets and
Right.
tables and
But-
I don't know, things that
The assessor would have as private commercial property.
business property
business
assessment.
property.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Similar to airplanes or boats and things of that nature.
Boats and airplanes, right, are like a kind of their own business type property. We have a real property division, a business property division that communicate to ensure that we don't double assess and that we classify and allocate value appropriately to the different asset classes. And tenant improvements are really important to do that with.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Michael, thank you for coming
course.
over. I assume you're coming from Santa Barbara over the hill to present to us. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
What is the definition of base year?
That's a really good question. So that's the base year is coincides with an event, an assessable event, and the primary assessable or reassessable events are transfers, changes in ownership, and new construction. That's in a nutshell. So when an event happens, we apply the assessed value to that base to that year, that tax year, and we call it the base year. It's the initial year the assessment was levied, and then factored base year is how it factors no more than 2% year after year.
So in that case, older is better.
Yeah,
And
typically, yes.
so would you characterize Prop 19 as getting more incentive or less incentives for transfers of real property?
I don't know about
If one is looking to preserve a lower tax rate.
Yeah, it's not so much about incentivizing. It just makes the rules a little more rigid and hard to qualify for. And again, because of that primary residence factor, that was not a criteria before. And so you could have multiple homes and retain a good chunk of the bases on them and give them to your children. Now with the primary residence factor, that really limits the exclusion and the tax savings that can come from it.
Super, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to item 3, public communication. Madam Clerk, would you lead that for us, please?
Public communication at this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and on consent. Time limit is 3 minutes, and we will start with in-person public comments first.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Mobbs. And on deck is Denise Alamine.
Hello. I need to pull it down. Okay, my name is Kathy Mobbs. I'm going to read because I don't speak. So I am here because I had signed up for a couple of holiday craft fairs. I was hoping to make a little extra money showing my wares. I was told I needed a business certificate from the city of Solvang. I understood. When I inquired about it, I was told it was a charge of $125. It was $35 last year. That would have been affordable. I was then told that it would only be good for November and December, because I was getting it now.
So not only has it tripled in cost, I could only use for 2 months because of the way it is set up. On top of the 125, I was told that I needed to also purchase a home occupation permit and that I could not get the business certificate without the home operation permit, which was another $100. I am just a working grandmother trying to raise a 17-year-old granddaughter. I literally live paycheck to paycheck. I do not sell out of my home. I just want to work a couple of craft fairs to maybe try to make ends meet, especially for Christmas. I was hoping that by coming here tonight, you might consider maybe a tiered situation for crafters, just doing this for the holidays or a couple times throughout the year. Maybe a more affordable price, and maybe consider changing the yearly way you do it. I have maybe January through December situation would be ideal, just because it really limits. And I am an honest, hardworking person like many others in Solvang. I choose to live here to raise my granddaughter in a safe, happy environment, but things have changed and it is becoming harder to live here financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Denise.
Hi, my name is Denise Elamine. I ran for mayor last year and lost to David Brown. I will be running again next year, and hopefully I'll win. I am here to talk about a couple things. The first thing is that it's very obvious that we pay the highest water bill in the valley, and we drink the same water. But however, I make a payment on my bill, and I guess when I run for mayor next year, you guys will post it all over the internet. But I make a payment on my bill, and I came in on the 25th to pay, and I paid by credit card the first time since I've been here 11 years. And I was charged a 4% service charge. And I was taken aback because we have the largest water bills in the valley, and for you to add 4% just for someone to use a credit card, it's unreal. I can't believe how many fees and taxes and measures and everything that's put upon hardworking people, residents in Solvang, to support, I guess, the businesses. I'm not sure what it is, but we need to be cognizant of when we add fees to the normal working person, because it's hard out there. And maybe you're not feeling it, but if you're the city council, you should be for the people. And if the people can't afford these fees, then you should be concerned, or you should not run next year, 2026. Allow me to, and I'll be happy to speak for the people and try to drop some fees, because they can be lowered. Just like you raise them, you can lower them, people. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you. That's all the written ones I have. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on non-agenda items? Anyone online? Oh, seeing none, we will close the public communications part of our agenda and move to the city manager's report, item 4.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, a couple of things. I've announced this before, but I'm announcing it again.
Mr. Murphy, would you hold on 1 minute? We have a request.
I'm so sorry, I guess I don't understand the protocol. Will there be an opportunity for the public to speak on agenda items?
Yes,
Sorry.
yes. That was just for non-agenda items. No worries. I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, please proceed.
Okay, so the next community cleanup will be Saturday, November 15th at Parking Lot 5, which is where it was last time. I know there was some controversy about it. We have worked with our waste hauler and with Public Works, and we now have a traffic plan to help alleviate some of the concerns from the last time. There will be cones set up to avoid parking are stopping in front of driveways. We're going to have no parking on one side of the street. So we've tried to coordinate it a little better. So that is coming soon. Also, I wanted to share, we have on Wednesday evening, the Parks and Rec Master Plan discussion here at City Hall. I believe it begins at 6 p.m. And the last thing I wanted to share was I just received this email this afternoon from the county reminding us that there is a earthquake brace and bolt grant out there that closes, and they've extended it a couple of weeks. It closes this coming Friday, I guess, the 17th, which will coincide with the California Great Shakeout Drill on October 16th. And it provides up to $3,000 in grant funding. This program has expanded its eligibility to include non-owner occupied homes, which would allow landlords to apply for the retrofit grant opportunity for their investment properties. For more information, visit CRMP. It's the acronym for whoever it is that's put the grant out. So Charlie, Romeo, Mary, Paul, and letters, .org, crmp.org for more information about the grant. And like I said, it closes on this coming Friday. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Any questions from any of us up here? Okay. Thank you for that report. We'll move to item number 5. Madam Clerk, would you please read that?
Item number 5 is Government Code Section 53232.3D, aka AB 1234, and Government Code Section 84308, aka SB 1439, report out. Ex parte communications, council comments, requests.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start?
All right, I'll start with reporting my attendance to the Cal City's annual conference with some fellow staff and council members. It was a great event with city officials from Malibu, California. We talked about fire risk management, how to conduct productive city council meetings, the relationship that we have with law enforcement and other federal agencies. And I thank the city of Long Beach for hosting. And on the other hand, I would ask the city manager to, go over the business licenses. I understand that. I think it's worth considering what the need is for somebody that's just crafting for home versus, a business that is established year-round in a storefront. So I'd like to see that.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
I also attended the League of California Cities Conference in Long Beach and thanked the city of Long Beach for hosting. It was a wonderful event and, ditto. So went to amazing seminars, so appreciate that very much. I also attended the State of the City event that happened last Monday on the 6th, and I appreciate the Solvang Chamber and the city for hosting that. So that's about it.
Thank you.
I have a couple things to report out. If we just go in line. I did attend the, on September 26th, the Eastern Management Agency JPA meeting, and we're getting closer to initiating rate studies and metering execution there. So we'll have more to share very, very soon. They're making good progress. I also attended the State of the City. And one of the things that came out of that I heard pretty loud and clear would like to request that staff take a closer look at was the traffic and the speeding patterns on Friedenberg Canyon. That was a request. I think we had a recent accident there. And I know we're on that project, but the results were probably 1.5 years or 2 years away. So I'd like to see if we could do something temporarily more in the short term to help that neighborhood out, but most importantly, kind of address the overflow traffic pattern that goes on there. I also wanted to report out that I did a site visit for something that's on the agenda today, which is the 1704 mission property. I was hosted by a third party, not the applicant, and I did get a chance to go behind the fence and see up close what that project is about that isn't necessarily visible from the road. I would like to report out that I did not learn anything new that hasn't already been shared in a piece in a Planning Commission or DRC meeting, or that I've seen in other public meetings that I've attended. And I'll share more of my comments when we get to that agenda topic.
Mr. Afonte? No? Okay, I'm going to list off a few things. Last week, we had a Cedar City leadership meeting and tour of the Aquatic Center in Lompoc, which was the host of the meeting. Got a great aquatic center there and facility. Was invited to the Taste of the Valley put on by Visit San Ynez Valley, and was able to greet the guests there after they'd finished dessert, because I had another event, which was the United Way Mayor's Bash up in Orchid, actually. The table I helped with was the SenCal, and a great group for healthcare. I was also at the Senior Center fundraiser at the Theater Fest that they had about a week ago. And I want to thank Wendy Berry, our staff, who was in the city of Aalborg and is doing some efforts on our behalf to rekindle and ignite the Sister City program that we have there with Aalborg. We have she met with their mayor, and there will be some next steps that'll be coming forth. So I appreciate her being a ambassador and advocate for Solvang. And then the Viking Car Show, went to that, gave the Mayor's Award trophy. It was my favorite was a 64 GTO, and I enjoyed that very much, quite a bit. There were some other really nice cars, but I really didn't. The other one I liked was a Camaro with a blower and the whole, but it had a for sale sign on it, so I thought it was a little improper to go ahead and advocate for that, as much as I liked it. But it's the kind of car that would do a wheel stand wheelie there. So nice event that the Vikings put on. Appreciate that. Yesterday I was at the Champions of the Valley. These are the volunteers that are honored by the San Ynez Valley Foundation, and for their volunteering and efforts for making this a better community and valley. The recipients were very humbled, but they were very grateful, and they were very honored. So, and I appreciate each and every one of them. There was 2 that were students, and the rest of them were longtime residents. Finally, I also made a site visit to 1704 Mission with the applicant, and viewed the property in its entirety, the perimeter and the different buildings, and just to get a firsthand glimpse of what they had there. So, and I'll discuss that more on item 7 as well. And then also finally, I also enjoyed being at the Cal Cities with my colleagues, and we learned a lot, and it's amazing how many people will come up to you and say, "Oh my God, I just love Solvang," and they want to, they're envious that we get to be here, and it's just a testament to our community and the people that we have here. So that's the extent of my report. We'll go to item number 6, consent items. Madam Clerk, would you read that to the,
A consent is for routine administrative city matters and is approved with one motion. City council members can pull an item for discussion.
thank you. Any, well, I will entertain a motion then to, I'm sorry. Not on the consent, though. Oh, order of agenda. Thank you. I've been reminded of an item that our order of agenda, we, for purposes of unfinished business, we will pull item 8A. There were some bids and so forth that are not complete and weren't vetted yet. So we will pull item 8A for a future meeting. So that'll be tabled until staff lets us know that they're in a position to allow us to make a decision on that. So I will move to approve our 6B, C, D, E, and F, and pull item, or modify item 6A to remove item 8A. And I'll look for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and seconded to this motion for approval of consent items and modification of the agenda. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item number 7, the mission appeal. And Mr. Castillo, your staff report, please.
Yes, good afternoon, or good evening, Mayor. Before you is a public hearing to consider appeal of Planning Commission decision approving amendments to facade and building colors for 1704 Mission Drive, APN 139240033. The applicant has informed city staff, and it's in your blue folder, that he would like to request a continuance of this meeting to the next city council meeting, which would be October 27th, which is in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Is that the next meeting, the 27th? 2 weeks, is that 2 weeks from today? Okay. Madam Attorney, would you like to interject?
Yes, Mayor. If the proper, what I would suggest going forward now is to open the public hearing, let the applicant confirm whether he still wants the continuance or not. And then if he does, we can, the council can decide on whether to grant that. If people are, I know there's a lot of people here to speak on this matter tonight. If the council does continue the hearing, they would have the opportunity to speak at the continued hearing, and that would probably be the better time, because that's when you would, if you do continue it, that's when you would actually deliberate on the item. But we can still take public comment if there are people that want to speak tonight. So
Okay.
that's how I would suggest proceeding.
Okay. So the order would be public comment first, or actually have the...
Go ahead and open the public hearing, let the applicant
Okay.
speak, because normally he'd go first and he can tell you if he wants,
Thank you.
confirms a
Okay.
continuance request.
That being said, would you like to present and tell us if you'd like us to extend it, or if you're prepared to have us deliberate it tonight?
Thank you, Dave. Mayor Brown. Yeah, it'd be great if we could continue it.
Okay. Any concerns, or the delay would help you in what capacity?
Well, the fact that not one except you voluntarily came onto the project, this seems really familiar with what happened with the DRC. Nobody coming to the project to look at it.
Okay.
Planning Commission, only one person came to look at the project. And now I've sent out multiple request for the council members to come look at the project, and you are the only one that voluntarily came. Elizabeth, I know that
I
you,
voluntarily came.
you
Nobody
came
forced
at
me to
the
come.
request of other people. But Mark didn't come,
Okay.
Audie didn't come, Luis, you didn't come. And so I think at this point right now.
Is it relevant who extended the invite or who I accepted the invite from? You invited me.
I think
And
what's relevant is the fact that what we have here is an appeal. This is probably, and it's been said, probably the most important project that Solvang's seen, at least in the last 25 years. I know you're all very, very busy, but I think the 5 or 15 or 20 minutes, like Dave did, would be appropriate under a circumstance like this. It's an appeal. It's extremely, what I feel is the entry of Solvang, and I think it's a responsibility of the council to do so. And so I'd like to give you 2 more weeks to make one of those appointments.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been requested by staff and by the applicant that we defer this and defer it for 2 weeks' time. We still will allow public comment if they can't make it for the next week. We won't be making decisions, but we will accept your input.
You'll need to, if the council wishes to continue
If
the item,
they
you need
wish.
to make a motion to continue the public hearing, and I would recommend doing it to a date certain of October 27th, correct? Because then we don't have to renotice the
Right.
hearing.
Okay.
This would count as notice of that new hearing date.
Very well. All right.
well, I'll make a motion to actually proceed with the hearing as planned and as noticed, which is different than the letter of a request for continuance the applicant has just stated, is introducing yet a new level of interest. But the letter was because there was no representation available tonight, and that was the basis for the request of the continuance. So now there's a new request. I think there's public here ready to speak, and we should, if certain council members either didn't see that it was relevant to take against it, or didn't want their opinions, or didn't think they needed it. I don't know if we should take that into consideration or not.
Well, you just brought up a really good point, and the representation is exactly from the representation of the city of Solvang. I feel that the city of Solvang is not being represented by the council members not showing up on the project.
Well,
So you can go ahead and continue it, or you can go ahead and we can have it tonight. It's going to be the same outcome, but I would like to have had at least each and every one of you have showed up to the project, walked it. Solvang's about 4 blocks. This is the
Yeah.
entry to the city.
Thank you. We have a motion, we don't have a second. I'll move that we do continue it until October 27th, excuse me, for that meeting, to allow the project to, others to see it, more community involvement. If they can't make it tonight, maybe they can make it then. And anyway, my motion is to extend it till the 27th at our next meeting.
Before I make a second, may I make a comment?
Please.
One of the reasons that I denied or didn't accept a request to go walk through the buildings, it's not that I wasn't curious, I like them, everything else. The subject matter here, excuse me, is not about whether we like it or not. It's a policy statement. And if we were to overrule the Planning Commission and the DRC.
If I may,
Yeah, you're getting into
Mr.
the matter.
Monte, we could save that for deliberation after we hold the public hearing. Did you want to make your second, though, sir?
The only thing I will say is I'm not going to go walk through it. It doesn't do me any good to make the assessment that I think needs to be done when this comes before us.
Do you wish to make a second? Second.
Sorry, I will second your
The
motion.
motion. It's been properly moved and seconded to extend the deliberation of our public hearing to the 27th our next meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
No.
Councilmember Smith.
No.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
No.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-2.
Okay. We'll proceed. I'll go forward with your staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So before you this evening is an appeal for facade and material changes from a decision by the Planning Commission. So to give everyone a background of what has transpired, this project actually dates back to 2022. Between 2022 and 2023, the applicant submitted various iterations of the proposed development and then went before the DRC. In July, and during those times, the applicant did do a pre-application at the DRC and did two check-ins. At the July 2023 DRC meeting, the DRC approved the motion to allow the item to move forward to the Planning Commission. So in December 2023, the Planning Commission approved of what was known as a development plan for hotel and cottages. So it's approximately 9 units total, hotel units, and one meeting hall, which is what the chapel is. Then the applicant then proceeded to go through the building and grading permit process. The applicant submitted those in early 2024 and was issued a building permit in December of 2024 and a grading permit in November of 2024. Construction commenced soon thereafter in late 2024. However, it did stop, and then it restarted back in early spring of 2025. The applicant was notified in May of 2025 by city staff that amendments would be needed to be submitted for facades that did not match the plans. The applicant did indeed submit an application for amendments in June 2025, citing PLN 8, which was a condition of approval which allowed for the planning manager to make a determination on whether the approved changes could be moved forward. The DRC met in July to provide direction for this director's determination, and they provided the input for that, which formed the director's determination, which approved some of the amendments, but with modifications. The applicant appealed the director's determination to the Planning Commission in late July of this year. During a routine inspection by both the Public Works building department, our building consultant, we did issue a stop work order for the on-site work, which went beyond the scope of the permit, mainly considering ADA compliance, state stormwater regulations. Stormwater is a very important component to state regulations, and typically it's done at the beginning versus the end, as some people have noted. And then other work was completed beyond that scope. So that included some interior changes to many of the buildings, and again, the exterior changes that were noted by city staff. The Planning Commission met in September of this past year or last month and upheld the director's determination. In addition to that, the applicant did modify their application, submitting a proposed site plan and landscape modifications. So those were also approved by the Planning Commission in September. So this evening, the applicant has appealed the Planning Commission's decision on two things and two things only: the half timbers and the roof color tile that is on the church. So the rest of the items that were originally upheld by the director, including color changes, some of the brickwork changes, those are not being appealed this evening, and will have to be modified and go through in order to receive a certificate of occupancy. So we're bringing it back full circle. So just to give everyone an idea of where we're at, if you don't know where we're at, the project is located at 1704 Mission Drive, which is the corner of Alisal Road and Mission Drive. And so again, these are some few images that city staff had taken throughout the construction process. So again, this evening's appeal is for two items. First being half timbers. So the applicant believes that the half timbers provide a level of whimsy and charm. And the applicant had pointed out that other buildings in the city exhibit the curvatures and the half timbers. So that was noted at the last Planning Commission meeting. It is noted in your staff report. The other item that the applicant is appealing is the red and white roofing tile that's located on the chapel. So the applicant is requesting the red and white color to be allowed to remain. The applicant is citing that it has a unique contribution to the city's Danish aesthetic and provides yet another architectural feature. So again, just to give an idea of what we're looking at, it's units that are in the staff report. So it is 2, 3, 4, 5, and Unit 9 have these additional half timber, again, elements and aesthetic to it. So these are a little bit more scaled down, but they are apparent throughout the project. But again, we're inconsistent with the original approved plan from back in 2023 from both the DRC and the Planning Commission. And again, this is the image of the red and white roof tile that's on the chapel. It is stopped, but there are some tarps up that are now there. So again, we're discussing just the two items only, as the basis of the appeal. Now, city staff, when we're looking at design criteria, and just to give a little heads up, this project was originally approved back in 2023. So it was entitled under our old general plan. So we're going to morph back in time a little bit to base the documents based on what was originally entitled. So it's not the new general plan in play. It is the 2008 land use element, and it is the 1989 community character element. So pulling those together, there are 3 documents in total that we really look at to make sure that the proposed amendments are consistent with the community character. So it is that 1989 community character element. It is the 2008 land use element, and it's our still standing adopted Solvang community design guidelines. So those are 3 documents that we look at for most projects that are here in the village, and we compare and contrast. So that's no different. So if a new project comes in the door, now they get to look at the new general plan and have to be consistent with those. So just to preface this. So there are 3 pertinent policies that we look at from the old community design element. Policy 5C is the city shall establish guidelines for the entrance to the village and reflect appropriate Danish and Northern European architecture. So one of the main contention points of the appeal is that it is of Northern European. That's been taken out in the new general plan, but we're focusing on the old general plan. 4.31 in the village area, all new construction, which that's what this is, shall be with traditional and historic Danish themes or Danish vernaculars. And again, there's also the ability to do a Northern European country vernacular. And then 4.31, again, related, real slate or thatch roof materials are acceptable. Tile roofs may be clay or concrete, and colors to be red or a mix of, or red mix consistent with Danish roof tile design. So in the analysis of the previous community design element, the installed half timbers in units 2, 4, 5, and 9 were not within the traditional historic Danish themes and do not emulate the 18th century Denmark half timbers. So this was, again, what the community development director cited originally in the director's determination, upheld by, with input from the DRC and upheld by the Planning Commission. The use of the half timbers with more curvature is found in a more general historic theme. And there are existing buildings in the city that have the more articulate half timbers. However, again, it's not necessarily in line with the traditional half timbering that you see in Old World Denmark. So again, city staff could not make that consistency finding. And then the red and white stripe pattern is not consistent with the Danish roof tile designs, what was the original intention for the 1989 community design element. So moving on to the 2008 land use element, there are actually 4 goals and policies that we look at. We ensure that development in the city is consistent with the overall community character and contributes positively towards the city's image. Ensure that the commercial development is located conveniently and is consistent with the community design element, which we just went over. Promote and beautify the city as a tourist destination, and encourage tourism and civic pride by creating entry points to the city. So you can argue that the project does meet some of those, but again, it comes back to goal number 2 in terms of being consistent with the overall community character. And so the half timbers and color banding of the roof is inconsistent with the overall community character. Again, the intention was this old world Danish traditional theme that's been prevalent for many of the DRC and Planning Commission meetings in regards to build new construction and design. And again, the curvatures in the half timbers are not characteristically found in Old World Denmark. So we were kind of unable to make those findings for goal number 2. And so finally, the third document that we look at is the adopted design guidelines. These come from 1989 as well, but they're still very much in play. These are guidelines that have guided the development of the village over the last 30 plus years. And so new construction within the village area shall be within traditional and historic Danish themes or design vernaculars. Again, half timbering be a theme, which is typically found in Denmark. All exterior elevations shall be integral to the traditional design. So buildings should demonstrate that compatibility of materials and consistency in style throughout the entire elevation and development. Again, back to the roofs, real slate or thatch roof materials are accepted. We had an old BAR, stands for the Board of Architectural Review. So at one time they had to be approved by that. The DRC now is sort of the bearer of the BAR. And then half timbering or other methods to emulate half timbering may be required where used. So again, it needs to demonstrate that the use emulates authentic appearance of historic buildings in Europe. So again, the same themes prevalent in units 2, 4, 5, and 9 that are subject to this appeal, that those do not emulate authentic appearance and patterns of historic Danish buildings. And again, because of the curvature that you see. And then based on staff's analysis, the red and white color bands are not consistent with Danish roof tile designs, and a solid color should be utilized to emulate the old world Danish style, consistent with the previous DRC and Planning Commission approvals. So we've laid out sort of the policy documents that you need to formulate your decision on your appeal this evening. You do have alternatives. So the first one is the city council may grant the appeal in whole or in part, and direct city staff to draft a resolution making the necessary findings consistent with approval. We can help you with that. Myself and Chelsea are prepared this evening to assist that if directed by the council. The second one is the city council may request changes to the approved amendment to the adopted development plan. So the council shall be specific on any additional modifications to the approved amendments and direct staff to make those changes. So that includes any additional conditions that need to be added or any additional direction to give city staff. So again, the applicant has gone through their appeal process. They've gone through the judiciary process in terms of the city of Solvang. And so this is the last stop here. So based on the policy documents that we have adopted over the many years, and again, we had to make consistency findings to approve this project, we are recommending adoption of Resolution 25-1303, denying the appeal and adopting the Planning Commission's decision and the Community Development Director's decision, requiring the applicant remove the half timbers on units 2, 4, 5, and 9 to the satisfaction of the Community Development Director, and remove the roof tile colors that are red and white on the buildings. And with that, I'll open up to questions of the City Council.
Any questions? Mr. Afonte?
Excuse me. For full disclosure, the subject has gone all over the place. I have not discussed my opinions with anybody. I did get a call from a prior city council member asking who put up the illegal sign on the event for that, on the structures for that event weekend with the errors in it. I did get an offer to walk it, but I don't think it's pertinent. I frankly like the buildings. I like what's going on. The colors, the half timbers, all of that, whether I like that or not, I don't think is important. So let me ask staff, if we were to approve any of this, aren't we setting a precedent that limits the DRC and the Planning Commission in the future? Are we setting a precedent that would allow somebody else to come in and say, oh, you let that guy change things, why can't I change things?
Potentially, yes. You may be setting a precedent. Again, having a clear process that's laid out to amend plans helps. We have really tried to change the way we've do business over the last few years here in the city to work with our applicants in a much better positive environment, trying to meet commonalities and meet goals that the city has set, and understanding that applicants have goals as well. It could very well be doing that, simply because, again, it's proceed forward and then ask for forgiveness later.
I have another question for staff. Are there any architectural references that explain where the stripe came from?
The red and white?
That's a great question for the applicant. So, and the applicant does have a separate presentation that they'll go over if you allow the applicant to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that being said, well, I'll just share my 2 cents worth is that I have seen number of buildings that do have the half timbers in an arch situation. Sanger Wines is one of them, and the hotel across the way has that feature. I don't know of any others that have a roof color, but I just told you I was at the car show the other day, and it kind of looks like if it were a car, it'd be their pinstripe on a car. It's a signature type of thing, and it's not an advertisement. It's just new. And but with that, we're going to go ahead and open it up to our public hearing, and I'm going to offer the first comments to the applicant. If you wish to make any comments or have any presentation of items.
I actually printed these up. There's 5 of them here. And I had planned on giving these to each and every one of you when you walk the job site. And the reason I'd done this is because these were my inspiration photos that I took of the surrounding buildings in Solvang, okay? Before I even turned this project in for a pre-app, I went and I took all these pictures to help inspire me for the design of these cottages. I want to make it very clear, I could have put a 3 or 4 story building on that corner, low-income housing, probably would have made money. This project's never going to make money. Why do I keep bringing that up? Well, it makes a lot of difference to me. There's a lot of passion in this project, and I've done a lot of research. If you would have come out, you would have seen that the half timbers, the curved half timbers, are on 7 different buildings. 7 different buildings in a 4 square area or 4 block area is quite a few, especially something that's so different. You would have also seen a lot of the features that are asked to be removed are on these exact buildings. If you care to see these, I'd be happy to hand them to you. I don't know, Rafa, do you have these that are going to be, they're in here? Let me start from the inception of this project, because I think this is very, very important. When I initially proposed this for the city of Solvang, that corner I knew had the potential of being exactly what I just said it could have been. A 3 or 4 story building, blocked out, doesn't need 1 parking place, all right? And it could have blocked the whole view going down Alisol. Same thing, coming up Alisol, it would have blocked the view looking in onto Mission Street. I thought it was very important that this corner be something that Solvang could be proud of, but would also help emulate what Solvang was trying to be over all these years. And that was something more cottagey. The idea is it was very close to the mission, and this was to be, I would say, the genesis of the community, something that looked like maybe it was built out of the 1700s, 16 or 1700s. Appreciate you taking a look at those, Mark. That's really professional of you. Amazing. Okay. What I ended up doing...
Before you go on,
Okay.
let me address that, please. I like your project. My taste and your taste are probably pretty close.
Mark, let's let him finish, and then we can make
But he
comments.
came and addressed me specifically for not looking at these.
Please, we'll be proceeding here, and he's the applicant. I want to just get him through, and then we can have comments, please. Okay. We'll come back to comments, but just Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, we'll give 3 more minutes, please.
I'm limited in time,
You-
Dave?
If you can get it done in 3, that'd be awesome.
Well, I don't know if I can because of the pictures I want to go
Okay.
through that we've sent over. When I brought this project to the DRC, all right, I had gone to the DRC 3 different times. They had asked for a lot of details, including lighting. I actually couldn't get descriptions of the light elevations because Steve Handelman wouldn't give them to me. So I actually bought the lights, brought them into the DRC to show them what light we were going to put up, okay? Even at that meeting, we still weren't going to get approval because what was happening was the board chair was trying to push me into a corner with regarding colors and textures of the buildings, how the half timbers were going to look. I said, I will not be pushed into a corner on a project like this. One, I have never built anything that was 2/3 scale in my life. I have never built small cottages trying to emulate what a small village would look like. I lived in Europe for 4 years, so I had a good idea of what that may be. We then, at that point, go back and look at the minutes. It's been televised. You will see, she asked, will there be any opportunity for us to come out in the field and give you our opinion? And I said, of course, I would very much appreciate that. All of you being DRC members must have a love and an interest for the community. When we got to the point where I felt I was going to start deciding on colors, we were going to start deciding on half timbers, I walked across the street to Esther Bates' office, which faces this project, Esther being the only DRC member who was still on the DRC at that time, and asked her, Esther, could you please come over and help us like we discussed? No, I can't do that, Ed. I said, why can't you do that? This is how the project was approved. I don't think it's proper. I said, Esther, please. You drive out this every day. You must have an opinion. And this is how we approved this project, is that the DRC would have some sort of opinion and some sort of guidance on how we were going to build this project. She said, well, I don't like some of this other area. Can you fix that? You got it. I tore off the half timbers on the ones that she drove out. We ended up putting brick up in there. Oh, I like that. I went back to her again. I go, Esther, please. Can we come look at this project? Ed, I don't think it's appropriate. I said, then Esther, I'm going to go ahead and complete the project as I wish then. I talked to a number of members in the community, multi-generation, older, younger, okay, and we took the project to the point where you see it right now. I will say this, you want to talk about process and procedure. I have never in my entire career had a stop work order put on a project that wasn't outside the scope of what I was building. If I were to pull a permit for a garage addition and then started building onto my dining room, then I get a stop work order. If I wanted to build these, let's say I'm going to just go here for a second. Let's say I pour my foundation, I get signed off. I start framing, and the inspector happens to drive by and he goes, well, that's not how you frame. And he pulls over and he says, Ed, I'm going to give you a stop work order because you're framing this incorrectly. I'm going to say, Mr. Inspector, I haven't called for an inspection yet. Please, let me get this right. I had a couple of guys working here, and they just weren't getting it correctly. Okay, until I call for that inspection, that is when, and then at that point, I get a correction notice if I ask for that inspection. All right, I got this notice to stop work. I said, you know what? And we decided that this would be a good time to go before the DRC and to implement the changes on my plans of what I envisioned the project to be. I was going to have to do it eventually when I called for final, because there's no way in the world the inspector would have signed off of what I was building, because I added the colors, I added the timbers, but I anticipated doing that right before the end. Before I called for my final, I then go to the DRC. It's a bit of a gamble, but my feeling is that I worked with enough members of the community throughout the project. I built the dormers 3 times. The first set I built up, they were too big. We got a consensus. There was a group of men that meet. They all came out, yeah, it looks too big. The next one, they looked too small. So we decided I built them for the 3rd time. Okay, this was a community effort, and this is how the project was approved. Whether it's by code, things have changed, but I can tell you this just wasn't me going out and going, I want to do what Ed wants to do. It wasn't that at all. It really wasn't. The curved wood that you see, I'm going to say it again, there's 7 in town, and living in Europe for 4 years, it's all over the place. It really is. Very rarely, they would do anything they could to support a structure, okay? And if that meant a branch that wasn't exactly straight, that's what they would end up using. What those were actually shear structures, okay? And then they fill rocks in between, and they put tar on them, okay? So the curvature is something that is very European, all right? And that's what we are trying to, and if you go back and look at the old code, it says we are trying to emulate the Northern European design, which this project does 100%. What I had asked the DRC is if you find something in this project that wasn't of European design, please tell me, point it out to me, and I will be happy to change it. Okay, I came before the DRC, they talked about paint colors. Not one time did they mention anything about the project not being of European design. Okay, fine. I said, well, I'll appeal it to the Planning Commission. Hopefully the adults in the room. I had one Planning Commissioner come out. Okay, same thing. I said to the Planning Commission, please, if you see anything on this project that is unsuitable for the community of Solvang, something that does not fit the Northern European design, let me know and I will be happy to change it. 4-0, we don't like it. Did you give me a reason why you didn't like it? It was process. I can tell you, in my opinion, I have followed the process. Okay, we made an agreement. Go back, look at the tape. It's recorded. Okay, this is how this project was approved. Okay, I disagree vehemently with the stop work order. I think it could have been done differently. I really do. So that's where I am. If any questions, be happy to answer it.
Thank you. We're not going to go for questions right this moment. We have a lot of people I think want to speak and make their own comments, if you'd be so kind. We'll go to public thank you.
Mayor Brunt, could we just look at the pictures?
As part of your presentation, I think we already have them in our packet.
I actually have them.
Are these different than the ones we have in our agenda?
Yeah, but I think it's important.
Okay.
This has become such a public spectacle. I would like for the
I'll
public
give you the
to
latitude because this is
I would appreciate
a important corner for us to get right.
I appreciate that.
Go ahead. Are these them? Are you?
These are them.
Okay.
Starting at the top left corner, okay, the timbers, okay. Nobody seems to care for the timbers. I don't have a problem plastering over the timbers. If we go down to the yellow building, that's the same Mortensen yellow, okay? If you look at the other building, the 435 First Street, you see the crooked timbers on that. If you go down to 1692 Copenhagen Drive, you see the curved timbers on that. 481 First Street, not only do you have the curved timbers, but you also have the circular. If you go up to 1684 Copenhagen, you see the curved timbers there as well. Next, please. All right. If you go up to the top left-hand corner, you see the little timbers that are squared off. Okay, if you look at Unit 4, if you go to 1554 Copenhagen, you see that there. If you go to 451 2nd Street, you'll see the exact same timbers there. And if you go to 461 2nd Street, once again, these are all pictures that I took for my inspiration board. These pictures were on the wall of my office and still are on the wall of my office as I designed and as I built this. Next, please. Okay, this color is the exact same color that sits on Alisol. They said there was too many timbers. So if you look at 481 2nd Street, and there's a number of other buildings in Solvang too, that I think that's a bit of an exaggeration at 481 2nd Street, but there's a lot of character to that. And That emulates the Unit 5. Next, please. All right, same thing. I just want everybody to see that these buildings do exist. All of this, none of this was made up in my own head, okay? The red and white stripe does exist in Copenhagen. Actually, don't you have another picture for the roof? There. If you just go back a second. Those are pictures of European churches, chapels. I think Ms. Smith actually asked if we had any, I think it was you, if there was any examples of that. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Ms. Arona. Those are in a much greater detail, but that is something that is very prevalent in communities over there. The red and white stripe, the Danish flag, goes back to the 1200s. It's the oldest flag in the world by a large distance. And the church I was actually married in Copenhagen had that exact red and white stripe on it. And so, yes, that does not exist in the city of Denmark, but it certainly does, or excuse me, in the city of Solvang, but it certainly does in the state, in the city of Copenhagen. That's it.
Thank you. Okay. For public speakers, I have Mr. Jim Billington. If you'd like to come to the podium. This is exclusively for item 7A, please. And let's try to keep our comments on either the timbers or the roof line would be ideal, because those are only things that were of concern for our outcome today.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jim Billington. I'm the director and co-founder of Hidden Wings. I add my voice to the chorus of people in the valley who would like to see the 1704 Mission Project up and running again without further delay or interference. Ed St. George has poured his heart and his pocketbook into a wonderful village of imagination and history. He has deep respect for the Danish culture. He is also one of us, a Valley resident. His lovely wife owns a local lavender store in Solvang, adding beauty and sweetness to our town. I am not an artisan, I'm not an artisan or a builder, but I've watched with awe and imagination as Ed has created a mini town complete with carefully crafted structures and a wonderful chapel for which I have donated some religious artifacts of my own. I've been amazed to see how Ed has welcomed my son, Adam, who suffers from autism, explaining the building process that he has by which he is also captivated by son. I know that there are some objections to church roof and beams, concerns that these structures are not Danish enough and do not meet someone's image of proper culture and history. But history is never static, nor is art, nor is culture. Life and history are in motion, and it is proper and exciting to challenge our eyes and ears with new ideas, such as the beautiful stained glass window, the thatched roofs, gorgeous, imaginative structures waiting to be unveiled and strung with holiday lights, pathways where shoppers can marvel, where carolers can sing, and we can celebrate some community cheer in these contentious times. I spend my days with young men and women who are neither Danish nor typically American. They are different, and at Hidden Wings, we celebrate those differences. For many years, I could feel the apprehension as our students walked down the streets. People would look away and cross the street, utter unkind words under their breath. But there has been an awakening in the past decade.
We have many people, Jim.
10 seconds.
Please wrap it up.
There's been an awakening in the past decade. Now these wonderful men and women with autism are embraced by a town whose hearts and homes and churches have grown to appreciate and celebrate them. So let's open our hearts to a wonderful project and see how the completed addition to our wonderful town stirs the curiosity and imagination of visitors and townspeople alike.
Thank you.
Thank you
We got
very
we got the message. Thank you very much. Next is Jean Simont. Simont. My apologies. And if you're in agreement or if there's something, a ditto is a fine response and a short, and we don't need to be duplicate everything said. So please go ahead.
My imagination takes hold when I see the new but old medieval little village on the corner of Mission and Alice Hall. It's the shelter for the little people who sing and dance around their darling little homes. The chapel, with its roof accentuated with the Danish-inspired colors of red and white, make the village a sanctuary for the people, from the giant troll down the street or the witch who lives in the gingerbread house in the forest. The spirit of Hans Christian Andersen sits quiet on a bench, contemplating his next story. Who can't appreciate the story of the ugly duckling? He once illustrated the importance of self-expression through the story of the Little Mermaid, which her likeness is located catty-corner to the little fantasy village. I think Hans would approve this project very much and want Mr. St. George and all to express themselves on this amazing and magnificent three-dimensional work of art. This project has transcended beyond just a commercial building project. Art takes reality and morphs the vision to accentuate feelings, differences, colors, mood. It's not supposed to be confined by detailed subjective or objective rules. Just as there are many ways to make, design, and decorate a gingerbread house, this project must not be constrained. The extra half timbers accentuate the use of half timbers. In art, one does not mathematically control the project. Let's consider another issue, the issue of colors. Here's an example. The Peterson Inn was transformed from being accentuated with natural brick to be painted over in only black and white. The black and white color was probably approved because it's authentic. Think about this. What if every building in Solvang was black and white? I believe that Solvang would lose its appeal to our visitors. Again, I must emphasize that this project must not be constrained by the regular architectural rules because it is an exceptional work of art. Just as an artist begins with a certain vision, it develops into something different. Just as the artist can't be stifled to get approval with every movement of the brush, I think at this point most people would agree that with the bones of the project completed, it's time to give them some artistic latitude to finish the village by the holidays. This is an example of functional, utilitarian art. It needs to be exempt. It doesn't have to set the flavor for the next projects. It's a three-dimensional piece of art. It's functional. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Mendoza. I hope I spelled that right. And then on deck is Rod Simmons.
Hi, I'm Michael. I'm been walking the streets of Solvang for 20 years. I have the Z Folio Gallery, the Solvang Olive Press, and I basically was the original designer for Solvang Flavors. I want to basically ditto what this woman was saying, and remind all of us that the real inspiration for Solvang came from Disney. The architect walked Main Street, and he was inspired, and he had a vision. He said, we could do this in Solvang. And that's what he did. He drafted and designed, and it was approved. So Solvang is not a museum. Solvang is a living, theme park. It's an enchantment, right? It's an enchanting thing. As she said, it's a work of art. And I quite agree with that. So what I would like you to do is to just consider that I praise Ed for his passion and commitment and his artistic drive for enchantment. And I would agree with him that this is probably the most powerful demonstration of the origins of Solvang that's been done in years, decades. So I applaud what he's doing. I agree with this woman's assessment that that this is art. It's not a museum. And some flexibility, and I think Ed has done a fine job of showing us even tonight how he documented, and all of the elements that he's proposing are in fact European. My wife is Czech. I go to Europe every year. I'm a documentary filmmaker. I'm a commercial photographer. We deal with artists from all over the world and with Zfolio. So I know what an inspired artist innovates. That's what they do. And I look at this as a work of art as well. So I'll leave it at that. I would like you to allow Ed to continue, get over these, these nitpicky issues, and let him finish. It's a tragedy that this thing isn't done for Christmas.
Thank you very much.
By the way, I have an 11-year-old daughter, and she's in love with this thing. She loves it. She says, this is just like having a little fairy village in Solvang. And that's our target. That's our market. That's who we want to appeal to.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rod Simmons, and on deck is Dennis Beebe.
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, Council. I'm Rod Simmons. I live outside the city limits. I've had a Solvang business license for probably over 30 years. I came here in 1975. My wife was born and raised here. My kids have gone to school here. My grandkids are going to school here. I'm here to speak tonight in favor of this project. Especially go back to the timbers. When I came here in 75, the leading contractor in the valley was Madison Yeager. The reason you have consistency in a lot of these old buildings in town is they're the ones that did them. They did every one. And as other contractors come in, they all change and evolve. I don't know what criteria you're using. Is there a timber police? I mean, is there somebody that goes around and says this timber fits, this timber don't? I don't understand that, but I'm not here to dwell on that. That's just my comment. The red and white on the building, the Danish flag is red and white. I mean, if somebody is offended that those colors don't fit our community, I don't understand that. There's a lot of hype in our valley for Yule Fest. Yule Fest is coming up. The city's getting ready to pave parking lot, or make a temporary parking lot at Lot 72 at a tune of almost $300,000. Yule Fest is coming. This building needs this project. I urge you to move this project forward, to come to some kind of solution, some kind of agreement. I believe the applicant and I believe the council. Every conflict I've ever had in the construction business comes down to communication. So somewhere, the train has jumped the track, and we need to fix it. If you go to Facebook and you read the comments in Facebook, you've got negative people. This is the wrong place. It's not whimsical. This goes on and on and on. Those comments should have been made when this thing first conceived. To me, they're out of order at this point in time. At this point in time, we're talking about the two items that you're talking about. You're talking about the timbers. You're talking about the roof colors, and I don't see or who goes around and just says this timber's right and this one's wrong. I mean, it's you've got an ordinance that said it doesn't fit, but who makes that decision? Who makes that call? I urge you guys to figure out some way that you guys can all get together and make this work and get on with Yule Fest, and let's get us all behind us.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
Dennis Beebe is up, and Denise Alamine is on deck.
Good evening, Solvang City Council. Thank you for your service for the community. I am Dennis Beebe. I live in Solvang, and I've spoken complimentary about this project before you before. I don't particularly like the developer's methods. He's even offending people that support his project. So, you know, that's his way of communicating. I like this project. I'm looking forward to it being completed, and it will be a focal point of Solvang when it's completed. And it will be a primary Kodak moment for most of your visitors, and it will rival Max's windmill on Alisal. But step back, big picture, ask yourself some questions about your decision tonight. Will you deny or grant this appeal? I attended the DRC and the Planning Commission meetings which discussed this project, the latest meetings. And the developer diverged from his own exterior design multiple times. 11 buildings, each one of them had multiple divergences because his vision changed from his original design. And that was never disputed. It was just called out. And we're down to just 2 from what could have been. I asked Raphael, what was the total number? He refused to answer. But 11 buildings, each one with multiple divergences. So ask yourself, will this project, regardless of your decision, be an attractive focal point for Solvang for the next several decades? Will your denial of this appeal enhance the attraction of this project? Don't think it'll have any effect at all. Will your denial of his appeal delay the completion of the project? It will. It already is going to be completed next year, according to Mr. St. George. Will your granting of this appeal open the floodgates to other developers to spend their own money to enhance and change their project from their original proposed design? You know, I don't think so, especially if staff pays attention to the developments, of which there are not that many. And with a lower fence, you can see what's happening. So I got one more. If you grant this appeal, is the mayor going to get a nasty letter from the Denmark Board of Architectural Review saying that we made another mistake? No, you won't. So thank you for your time, and happy birthday to the Navy 250.
Thank you. Go. Denise Alameen is next, and after her is Janice Matheson.
I'm Denise Alameen. I just want to say that Mr. Ed St. George was a contributor to Dave Brown's, a major contributor to Dave Brown's campaign for mayor. And he works with the political scenes. And I just want to bring up a couple of News Hawk. People can look at it on their own because I only get 3 minutes. But April 7th, it states developer Ed St. George sells interest in 82-unit apartment project on the east side. And this is an article, and it says that St. George said he spent millions of dollars working to get the project at 711 North Milpas Street approved. His decision to sell his interest in the development comes as he reduced his profile in Santa Barbara to focus on development in North County, Solvang. He said city council members are turning Santa Barbara into San Francisco. I don't know how we're going to please Mr. Ed St. George. He's trying to buy elections, and everything he says is I. Well, I have been in Solvang since 1978 when that building was a bank. I visited Santa Barbara when I left Solvang. When I left, and I brought my kids back here. Does anybody know where Sesame Street is? Is it 1704 Mission Street? Because it's not like Europe. I have been to Europe and I go to Europe. And you don't have to live there to know that that's not a European development. Now, all of his friends are here to be on his side. But you know what, Mr. Ed St. George? Maybe you need to move a little further up north and find you another city council that will be your friend and do what you want when you pay money to get them elected. Because I'm running next year and I'm pretty sure you won't pay a dime to get me elected. So let's stop talking about he should do it and it looks like something. Let's talk about following the rules. Like we had our big thing about the painting the sidewalks. This place almost tore down up in here with people talking about rules. What about the flag they wanted to put up for Pride Week? This place almost tore down with people. Nobody,
Could you please stay on
nobody
point? We're
wanted
talking
to
about
follow
this
the rules.
project, not others.
Okay, follow the rules, Mr. Ed St. George. This is
Time.
Solvang. We follow rules here.
Your mic is turned off, please. Next is Janice Ziegler, and on deck is Kathleen Hawkins. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Matisse and Ziegler, and I am not running for city council. I live at 281st Street, Solvang, and I'm fortunate to live in the home where I grew up in Solvang, like many of the neighbors south of Elverhoy Way. My dad spent much of his life serving this city, and the town and I grew up together. Dad's name is on the outside of this building in a couple of places. I am a proud second-generation American of Danish heritage. When I was growing up, 60% of us in Solvang were Danish or Danish American, and then young people moved away for opportunities, as I did. And other people moved to town for the opportunities to make money from what the Danes built. Fair enough. But we strongly dislike those who engage in cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation refers to the adoption of elements from one culture to another by members of a different culture, often in a manner that is exploitive, disrespectful, or devoid of context. Ed St. George's project on Mission Drive is a 3 for 3. Exploitive, disrespectful, and devoid of context. Solvang is not based on a hovel in the 1600s, somewhere in Europe. For the benefit of the projects that future developers, designers, builders, and planners will create, I'd like to briefly raise awareness of the ethos that the Danes who founded this town had at their core, because there are still enough of us who care. Here is Danishness 101 for Solvang. Number one, we value thinking things through before we act or speak. So don't make a project up as you go along and then try to defend your mistakes. Plan your project carefully and don't try to pass yourself off as a martyr. Number two, we value a flat hierarchy. That means we value collaboration and that everyone should have a voice in what's best for the community. That's democracy. Get input for your project. Number three, we value humility about our accomplishments and disliked braggarts. Oh, we dislike braggarts. The motto for Danish Carlsberg beer is probably the best beer in the world. Don't go for the flashy. Number four, we generally assume that others are honest and can be trusted to follow the rules. Follow the rules. As Leo Mathieson used to say, it's not what you say you're going to do, it's what you do that matters.
Thank you.
I just got one more. We value good design and fine workmanship. We hate sloppiness in all forms. Curved bindingswerk is insulting to us because it makes it seem like Danish builders are too lazy to true a board.
Thank you.
And plastic thatch
Our next
doesn't even
speaker-
follow the code.
Our next speaker will be Kathleen Hawkins. After Kathleen is Melissa Bates. I'd like the audience, if they'd please hold their comments. Let's listen to the presenter, in its entirety without interruption. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I'm checking the clock to make sure I'm under 3. So my name is Kathleen. I've been coming, can you hear me okay? I've been
Pretty
coming
fine,
here
thank
since
you.
I was probably a baby. My earliest memory is being about 4 years old when I was quite small. And, well, like most of us. Anyway, when I saw that development, it kind of reminded me of what the town felt like to me. We would come up here every year on vacation before I moved here. And one thing that I do like about the development is it reminds me more of what it was like in the early 70s. A lot of the shops that we had that had the little authentic dolls and things that were from Europe. Do you know what I mean? So not speaking against anyone's shop, I understand people have to earn money, but there are a lot of things going on in shops now that doesn't seem that reflective of early Danish or Northern European culture going back several hundred years. But with great respect to the town, I love being a part of the community world. I think you guys are doing a great job, men and ladies. I'm an artist, and I've noticed as I'm driving up Mission Drive, going from Buellton, let's say, towards the Mission, when I noticed that roof, I actually really liked the red and white check. What I found that it does visually is that it kind of, if you had just a solid color there, you'd be seeing a very large rectangle, and visually taking everything in, I feel it would not be as attractive. I feel like those little square designs or diamond designs artistically break it up a little bit so that you can appreciate the other buildings. And one thing that I learned when I first moved to the area about 4 years ago, somehow I'd missed that the red and white, the little red and white hearts, that those are very Danish. That had not been communicated to me in all my years of coming here every summer, that was part of Danish culture. And when I saw that roof, my thought some months ago, before I knew it was a bone of contention, was, oh, this is a cool way. Probably a lot of other people that don't know that's going to signal that. Do you know what I'm saying? And then on a closing note, I have had the privilege of being to small old villages in Europe as an artist. And one thing that we do want to remember, again, we're talking about something that's happening about 200 years ago, is while there are, from a building perspective, things that mostly men at the time or whomever, people, are observing for structure, you always have people in the community that are a little more artistic, and that would do something special. And I know about that because my dad was a Finnish carpenter, more of an artisan. And he was hired, actually, he worked did he work on Walt Disney's house? He worked on Bob's Hope's house. And he would talk about Walt Disney living across the street. But I grew up in this very artistic environment. So, whatever the policy says, but I just want to mention that as something we should consider. Is this in keeping with the flavor of the town? Obviously, we want to follow the law, but we also want to, I endeavor in my life to follow the spirit of the law and not just letter. Okay,
Thank you. Melissa Bates is next, followed by Kathleen Campbell. Thank you.
Good evening. Melissa
Reset.
Bates, longtime city resident since 1962. My father served on the SMID board with Leo Matheson. I just drove in from Cedar City, Utah this morning. I left this morning at 6, got home at 2. I thought, I'm just going to watch the city council meeting on my couch. And then Ed made a statement that made me put on my shoes, get in my car, and drive down here. He said that none of the DRC members had met him on the project and toured the project. I want to enter into the record that one or two DRC members had tried to contact him to set up an appointment. Richard Boyd, the vice chair of the DRC, and I toured the project with Ed St. George. We gave our opinions and our input on the July meeting of the DRC. So I just want to make sure that that's in the record, that we did attend, we accepted his invitation, and we have done due diligence on this project. And my whole point is that I would like to see the process followed. I would like to see, my opinion on the project is not important. I want to support the process. I want to support the DRC. I want to support the Planning Commission. And I also have one other input. Okay, so I do have an opinion. I don't like whimsical. I feel like the Danish carpenters were all boat builders. They had strict design adherence. They were craftsmen. They were not whimsical. This verges on satire to me a little bit. But I just wanted to correct the record that the DRC had met with him, and now I'm going to go back to my couch. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts. Next is Kathleen Campbell, followed by Hans Deuce.
Boy, isn't it fun that we all have a lot of opinions about this. I just love living in a small town, and you know, I'm sitting by Leo Matison's daughter. I'm Willie Campbell's daughter, and they both helped build Solvang. So my mom was always quite creative and willing to explore new things. But I'm here tonight. I'm a property owner in Solvang. But I'm here tonight because I believe I have a great design style. I know Ed St. George believes he has a great design style too. And I bet each of us feels the same way. I also believe that developers have the freedom to come forward with ideas for designs during the building approval process. That's where we do it. That's where we fight about it, where we find the common ground in it. That was the time to negotiate this. Solvang has prospered by developing and improving its standards of continuity and establishing guidelines. I believe we should support the city's decision structure with the Design Review Committee to keep a level playing field for all of us. Previously built buildings from decades before are not today's standards. We've developed those standards over time. And that is where the new standards have come from. I believe debate is healthy, but following the established rules are important. It sounds like there have already been substantial concessions. Perhaps it's time for the same from the developer. I'm not fond of some of the design choices that were approved for 1704. The thatched roof compared to the traditional style thatched roof that's on First in Copenhagen. But I believe we should respect the process and the DRC's recommendations. I believe in our system. I ask you respect the committees and staff to apply the same standard to his request. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hans Deuce, and followed by David Gerber. Thank you.
Nice to be back.
Nice to see you.
We're talking about themed development. And that's a completely different animal from just putting up any kind of building. And there has to be a lot of guts from a design staff that is willing to put up with something unusual. I sold somebody on a chandelier made out of barbed wire and charged him 10 grand for it, and he loved it because I understood what he wanted, and it was worth it to him. Kind of hurts my feelings that they say there's no lighting people around here. What the hell have I been doing for the last 60 years? But no, that's and I have all kinds of notes where things are wrong and things like that. Yes, themed, yes, but we still have codes. I wanted to ask about a 5-foot 9-inch door. That would hit me about right here. It's 6'8" for a reason. And that's a code violation. And things like that. I also wondered about the blades of the windmill. Looked like they were quite a bit too big for the windmill it was in, because the two bottom blades are stuck in the ground. I don't know, maybe it's leaning up there, I'm not sure. But let's look at it as themed. And yes, Ed is right on that, because he is feeling something about it. He just needs to learn how to present it. Don't get mad over it. Try to convince us that this is some, you convince us, you might pick up some allies. And luckily, I went out to take care of my bladder, and I thought about themed. And that is what this is. Look at it as something down in Disneyland that fits into Solvang. That's what we need there. It needs to fit into Solvang. What is it? I don't know, but I can probably come up with an idea in the next hour and a half.
Well, we'll give you the time. Thank you.
I'll call you in the morning.
Thanks. Thanks, Hans.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is David, followed by Thorne Kindley. Thank you. And Grebner. Go ahead.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is David Gebauer, and I am a husband, a father, and a lifelong resident of the Central Coast. Up until recently, I was also a resident of Solvang before we had to move to San Luis Obispo temporarily for work-related reasons, from whence I just came. I hope you all take what I'm about to say to heart, as I have driven 2 hours to say it and much more to form it. It came to my attention a few days ago that the hotel at 1704 Mission Drive had diverted from its originally stated design, leading to some contention. Though I personally know David Brown, Mark Infanti, Tracy Beard, and others, I determined to investigate the matter myself with no other contributing opinion and viewed the site yesterday in addition to the posted plans. Go me. I will address what follows to Ed St. George as my opinion and nothing more. I hope this will be found beneficial. As a building engineer for 25 local critical communications infrastructure facilities, I will be objective in my opinion. If that ever comes across as harsh, I apologize in advance. Mr. St. George, I want you to know in advance I know very little of you other than what I've heard spoken of those in the city, which has generally been positive. My opinion is based solely on the facts as they have been presented. I understand your passion for this project and believe it can be a great asset for the city. I also believe, however, the project as it stands right now is a radical departure from what you originally put forth. If you will give me the opportunity, I would like to explain why that matters. A city has only 3 generations to pass on its culture before it is lost forever. If the grandchildren have not received the customs, stories, and the way of life from the elders, they cannot be replaced. Solvang's entire brand and identity is as the Danish capital of America. It has hundreds of years of generational Danish knowledge stored in like DNA in the people that live here. It exists like this nowhere else in the United States. Were you to build your hotel anywhere else but Solvang, there would likely be little issue and your current design appreciated. But as a casual observer, I must objectively say that the current design is not Danish. It is whimsical. Why is that a problem? Because Solvang is currently fighting to maintain its identity amidst a decrease in tourism and a loss of the older generation of Danes to time and progress. If we are not careful, Solvang will go the way of Hawaii, a tourist destination where only a facade of the original culture exists and the native Hawaiians have moved away. If this happens, Solvang will lose its most valuable possession, in my opinion, the social equity that exists among its residents and the bonds that have been built over hundreds of years that let me know that I could walk up to any house in the city and ask for a cup of sugar, if they had it, and I will likely receive it a few minutes later with a smile. I personally think there is an incredible opportunity to work with the city of Solvang in a way that benefits everybody. Perhaps, if you would like to pursue a more whimsical route, for example, you could model each cottage after a different Hans Christian Andersen story and call it the Hans Christian Hotel. I know many would love to stay in the Little Mermaid-themed cottage. There are thousands of ways to work with the city and further your own interests as well as Solvang. I would encourage you to pursue them. In closing, I hear Ed's heart. I think he has given his best, and that may have not been enough. I would encourage you to somehow reach a consensus with him and go forward, whatever that looks like. I trust you guys.
Thank you, David. Thor. so Thorne, excuse me, and Sierra is on deck. And if you'd give your last name, it's not on here.
Kinnersley.
I got yours, it was Sienna's.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me one second.
Sure.
Please, no more. We're going to cut it off at the end of this one. And we may look at online, but we're going late into the evening, so we're going to, thank you for your comments.
My name is Thorne Kinnersley. I've been a resident on and off in Solvang for about 40 years or so. I don't have prepared notes, so if I ramble here a little bit, I'm sorry, but I'm doing the best I can. The last time I addressed the city council for a planning issue was trying to get a Tivoli wheel about 40 years ago, or about 25 years ago, excuse me, where we pointed out the fact that the Tivoli wheel that we're trying to put in at Jensen's Copenhagen Square was right smack in the middle, the replica, in the heart of Copenhagen, and we were trying to put one in Solvang. We were denied. We weren't able to put a Danish Ferris wheel in a Danish village because we were denied because some people didn't like it. They were either envious or jealous. I have no idea why, but it was not passed. So I understand what the Planning Commission is going through here, where someone is trying to ask forgiveness rather than permission, and that's a difficult thing to go through. But I looked at St. George project, and I am Scandinavian, and there's kind of a point to what was addressed earlier, whether or not this was go before the Board of Architectural Review in Denmark. And a lot of Danes view Solvang as a caricature. And to perpetuate that, again, with Mr. St. George project, doesn't do us any favors. It's not, I feel, putting us in a flattering light. So that is something to consider. It's already been addressed earlier. I looked at his project there and the exemption that you guys have already mentioned, the curved timbers and the roof, and he gave examples where they existed elsewhere in the world and in Solvang. But if those are caricatures and wrong, why perpetuate that? Why perpetuate what is wrong or a misrepresentation of Scandinavian culture? The specific examples he gave with the roof is, I imagine you could go with any culture in Scandinavian, find a roof that matches your design, but it's not necessarily reflective of the general of the Scandinavian cultural design. There are examples that anyone could look at of villages similar to what he has done, Skansen in downtown Stockholm, Sweden, which is a cultural park. There's no roofs any similar to what he has. There's also Tivoli Gardens downtown Copenhagen. And I want to address something I addressed before when I spoke to the city, is that maybe there is a stereotype of Scandinavians is that, maybe we're too Ibsen-esque, too serious, sitting around drinking mulled wine, but we do have a whimsical or light side. So there are examples of villages that are whimsical. For example, the Moomin village, Moomin Valley in Finland, which has been replicated in Japan and now has Moomin cafes throughout the world, which are Scandinavian and whimsical and kind of go against an architectural norm, which most people would consider. I don't see any of that in St. George's project. So I'm sympathetic to what he goes through. I know it's frustrating, but at the same time, I would like to reflect the traditional Scandinavian design that we have made this city what it is today.
Thank you. Sierra 4? Give us your last name, please.
Yeah, Sierra Falso.
Falsa? Thank you.
Falso, yes. I just want to ditto what Jean Simont said earlier. She's gone. Oh, there she is. Yeah, I love what you said. Thank you so much. Great job. So I don't need to make my speech very much longer. All I know is that that corner was vacant and an eyesore for a really long time. Really long time. My husband's family moved here in the late 70s. And he's very supportive. He couldn't be here tonight to speak, but he loves the project, and I just really hope you all support Ed and don't let that thing continue just to be not operating and going forward. I think it's a great addition for Solvang, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Steve Golis is next. And before
you know how to pronounce my last name? Just
thank you. I misspoke, and I apologize. We will continue with the public comments. as needed. So, thank you.
I'll be short. I want to ditto what Gene said. I'm one of the co-founders of Radius Group. We're a commercial real estate company. So if anything, I'm kind of the one to blame for Ed coming to town. I was encouraging him for 10 years to move up here. I'm a Solvang resident. I'm involved with a lot of, as Dave knows, a lot of local activities. I support a lot of local events. And the only reason I share about the Radius Group deal is I can assure you, because I think we do more deals than anybody in Santa Barbara County, my company, the phone is not ringing off the hook from developers to come to City of Solvang at all. I'm in favor of the project. I think it's a great project. I mean, we're whimsical in a way town. I have the most highest respect for Yule Fest, which I mentioned at the State of the City a few days ago. I couldn't think of anything better. I think this is a huge attraction. And I can tell you, because I've known Ed almost 40 years through real estate and friendship, everything he does is with a lot of thought, a lot of passion. He's a humble guy in a lot of ways, and I don't think you guys know how many people he helps financially, philanthropically, across the board, but he doesn't say that about himself. He keeps it pretty under the radar. He's built the youth center in Isla Vista. He built another center on the east side to help all the kids out there. He helps with dances and things like that. So he's only been in Solvang for a few years. He has a great heart, and I'd like to see the project go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we have somebody on Zoom. I can't read that from here. Who? Stephen Brown. You may, if you're there.
Yes.
You're on speaker. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good evening, Mayor Brown, council members, Solvang staff, everyone else who's present and lasted through this long meeting. I guess I want to congratulate us first for this example of how we work together to get things done. I want to congratulate the staff and the council on being willing to listen to us all, because I think that's important. I want to make a brief comment about the hotel or about the project. I want to make two, one regarding governance, the other regarding culture. Now, full disclosure, I'm not much of a fan of the project overall for a variety of reasons, so I'm biased, but I hope that my comments will come across as fair. The first is governance. As I said, I'm not a fan, but I'm just one vote in this city of among several thousand. That means that I and many others in town get to vote for mayor and my district council member, and indirectly for the members of the planning commission. Our collective will is expressed through their actions and the decisions and regulations that are implemented. The presumption that those regulations and the process and the decisions are simply points of discussion to be adjusted afterwards to the passion of any one person, however consequential, I think is just wrong. You know, it seems to me that if we were really concerned about getting ready for Hula Fest, Mr. St. George could have just forgotten about the appeal, make the two what seem to be fairly minor changes, and go forward. So if from my viewpoint, and I admit it's a limited one, it feels like this appeal is more performative than substantive. Second, culture. I live near the corner of Alisal and Mission, so I pass the project several times a week. He's right. Everyone is right. It's in a prime location. It will be viewed by pretty much everyone who comes to town. It's likely to be the first impression many visitors get of town. And I agree with another comment that, yeah, it looks like it's a museum piece, except with internet plumbing and internet access. That's my quibble.
Okay.
The history of Denmark can be described as a long period of time from Viking dominance to European power broker and finally to stable progressive society. I wish more attention were devoted to its modern accomplishments, from the heroic resistance of its people to Nazi Germany to its leadership in renewable energy sources. If I were to make suggestions, as a king might in that period of time, I would go with copper roofs and solar electricity to make a hybrid between what was and what is, because I'm sure there are residences like that there. Thank you for listening to this.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay. Is there anyone else in the room that did not fill one of these out that is compelled to speak? Okay. We're going to close it now for public comment and come back to the dais. Yes,
If I may,
ma'am.
Mayor Brown, I don't know if he's still here, but we should offer the applicant an opportunity for a rebuttal since it is a public hearing.
Hello?
Is he left? Okay. Oh, was there somebody on Zoom?
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I could not get my emoji up. May I have an opportunity to make a comment?
Yes, we just closed it, but there's been no action since then. So we will continue with the public comment and hear from you.
Thank you. I'm Esther Jacobson Bates, and I'm chair of the Design Review Committee. Just a couple of quick comments. Wanted to just point out a couple of observations. Our town's architecture and style is not at all aligned with a Disney inspiration, although Disney has found inspiration in our town. So the history does not come from that perspective. Also, I do want to take a moment and pause to also speak to Mr. St. George's kind of comments about my participation, because that they do not align with my recollection of things. And I did ask to have a tour when that was offered, but like one of our other committee members, that was not allowed. I just want to really repeat and go back to the divergent from the approved plans and a respect for the process. This isn't personal. This isn't about liking or disliking. It's about the process and the proper path to make the amendments and adjustments. It's not just during the middle of the process. It's building it. It starts with the approved plans and the process. I urge you, Mayor Brown and City Council, to uphold your staff and the committee in their decisions on this. At the same time, I applaud our applicant for his creativity in the project, but staying within the guardrails and the guidelines set up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now closed for public comment. You were making you wanted to make a point, Madam Attorney?
Well, in that it's a public hearing on a quasi-adjudicatory matter, typically the applicant has an opportunity to have a rebuttal comment. It's shorter than his initial comments. I don't know if he's still here, but we should afford him that before the council deliberates.
Okay. Is he available? Okay. Then we'll bring it back to the dais as he's unavailable. Is that correct? Is that confirmed?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions or
I
concerns?
have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I always appreciate when the public comes out because perspective is everything. Input matters, so appreciate that. But I also want to give a real acknowledgement to staff and the DRC and the Planning Commission who have really done a lot of work along the way to iterate on this project, study the changes, evaluate fairly where we're going to end up on this project. Just if interested parties were to take the time on our particular agenda packet that frames this appeal, it was roughly 200 pages of iterations and changes, which should share with everyone how much we've moved from the original approved plan. So I do want to say to Raphael and team, thank you very much, because it's been a lot of work. And it is kind of major effort to follow. So I did a lot of diligence, which included watching every video at least twice, reading every part of this, visiting the site, attending the DRC meetings. So I've made an effort because, let's face it, the great news is this project is getting attention. And that can be great for our city if we get it right. And it will be great for our visitors, people who will actually rent a hotel room or create an event and use the facility. That's what this is also about, is to generate a net new business in a very visible corner of town, a project that we've all, I think, anticipated with great hope. So here's my question, Raphael. You have as an exhibit attached to the resolution a series of conditions, Exhibit A. Is that, but I can't find anywhere in the resolution that references Exhibit A or references all those conditions. How do we read that document?
So it is, actually, it's included in the, it's included in Section 2 and Section 3 of the resolution. It incorporates Exhibit A, B, and C as part of the resolution. So essentially, with all development plans and now development permits, conditions are included for construction, use, and operation. So this essentially, what is before you are amendments to the originally approved development plan.
The reason I bring that up is because if we were to proceed to follow the rules, I can see really frankly no constructive reason to ignore or dismiss what our Planning Commission and our DRC has voted unanimously to work with. There were iterations. This would be really clear. There are things that we have approved, and the last two things that are in the appeal are the final bits of what needs to be is what is in the construct of the appeal. So the conditions, what I saw is that there are 2 or 3 missing items. And so I wanted to actually suggest, if we were to approve where we are right now, that a couple of things get addressed. The landscape plan that has changed quite a bit to include the artificial turf now. Has that been reviewed and passed by the DRC and Planning Commission?
So the Planning
in
Commission,
its final form.
So the Planning Commission has reviewed it. The DRC has not. And again, the genesis of that was this, and I want to be on the record. The applicant was given a red tag because they did not follow American with Disabilities Act. This is a federal law. This isn't some Solvang rule for being whimsical or aesthetic or color. We're talking federal law here that helps people with disabilities get from point A to point B. Second one is a violation of the Stormwater Rule, General Rule number 95, I believe, that's been around for a good 15 years. And if you haven't done development in 15 years, you are not up to your stormwater game. And essentially that is ensuring clean water and recharge of our aquifers for new projects. Those are 2 very large violations in addition to things that were out of whack to the interior, where doors aren't supposed to be, windows aren't supposed to be. So putting that all together, no, the applicant has not submitted a final landscaping plan. That was to be, again, working with the applicant to have city staff review that, understanding that the direction that we take is from our adopted documents. So the AstroTurf doesn't look like 1970s AstroTurf. If everyone can picture a baseball game at the Astrodome back in the 1970s, I wasn't born, but I've seen enough of it, and it's not good. However, I do understand that synthetic turf is water wise, and from someone who actually has synthetic turf in their backyard, it would painstakingly took a long time to get the type that actually looks like grass and has a little yellow, has some little yellow spots, etc. The other thing too is the plant selection is also up to city staff to determine, but we're utilizing plant palettes that we utilize from our books, as well as ensuring that it's consistent with state law. Okay. So to answer your question, will it go back to DRC or PC? It's not conditioned to do that. I would highly recommend you allow the experts to continue doing that because, again, taking things back to the DRC and Planning Commission is just another delay to the project.
Okay, so I feel that diligence is required, so I would like to add that as a condition. Second thing is the windmill in its current amended state, I don't believe also went back through DRC, did it?
No, it didn't, because again, the applicant did not identify amendments. So again, it's your application, you have to throw in what you're actually amending. And in this instance, the applicant did not amend it. We did include the brickwork that is currently there. But again, if you were to add a condition, I would recommend that it go to the DRC at the time of city staff, at the time of submittal of revisions. Because again, I just
So
want to make it clear
I'm
that
raising it because I don't want to make the mistake of us either, approving the appeal or even putting some conditions and modifying the appeal. But we have to follow the processes, and we can't let pieces of the plan just pass through without the thorough review. And that windmill has not. So I would add it to a condition.
If I may, Member Arona, the decision on this appeal, whether the two elements at issue here are allowed or to remain as is or required to be corrected as consistent with the Planning Commission's approval and resolution, would not prohibit the applicant from applying for further amendments in the future, or prohibit staff from working with the applicant to get them to come in to apply for other amendments if those happen.
Thank you for clarifying, but I want to make sure I understand. Because if we were to pass this in whole without changing, that Exhibit A can also be modified later. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, by a further application for
Okay.
other amendments. Yes.
Okay.
And so I think that's what Raphael is saying, is that if there are other amendments, let that happen through another amendment process, right? Rather than trying to.
Okay.
I think if we add conditions for that now, it'd be a little cart before the horse. And the focus of the appeal should be on whether those two elements that were actually appealed are going to be granted or required to be corrected.
Fair. I was taking cues from Raphael that he said we could add conditions.
Yes, I mean, you can. It's in your power, and technically you're reviewing the matter de novo, which means that you look at the record, from the beginning as if it was coming before you in the first instance. From a process perspective, I think, from staff's perspective, it's if the applicant is not, let's put it this way, if their amendments aren't ready to be reviewed, conditioning them now might make it harder. That's not very eloquently said, but
Fair, but I think we're really just putting a placeholder that the final plan needs to be reviewed. Okay.
Any comments over here?
Yeah. Well, I wish that the project as it exists today had been presented to Planning Commission and DRC and all of our, different staff levels before we were sitting right here. Because if it had been proposed exactly as the vision that the developer wanted, then we wouldn't be in this position where then we have to put the emotion behind, here's the project, it looks whimsical, but sorry, you have to tear certain things down because it's not what you proposed. I wish that I knew what it was like to be able to gamble with time, labor, resources, and money to propose something, then build it, then take a gamble if it's going to have to be backtracked or if it's going to be approved, because that's a lot of resources put into it. That's why we have plan checks and applications and submittals up to review so that you get it right the first time. There's a lot of time from staff and other bodies, the DRC, the Planning Commission, that have reviewed this painstakingly. If council had to review every single aesthetic project, we wouldn't get anything done. I know that people are going to say, oh, well, it's government and you're putting the brakes on the artistic vision. I do have an artistic vision. I am here as part of a legislative body, but I am a theater artist. I worked for many years for Summer Solstice Parade, and there are artistic pictures of me out there that you don't want to see, or that maybe you do want to see. I don't know. So putting my designer hat on, I can tell you that, yes, we can look at different elements and say, well, that is European, that is Danish, that exists in our town, this is in this location, why can't this be in this location? But when you're designing something, you can't just look at each particular element. You have to look at the whole picture as a whole. And in the case of an architecture feature, you have to look at how it works with the rest of the town. When you add I'm not against whimsical development. It is true that there is a little bit of the theme park inspiration in Solvang, but there's also historical and cultural inspiration in it. I love to hear people that say, well, you know, they went to Disneyland and that's the inspiration. No. There is some cultural relevance to it. Solvang looked very different in the beginning before it was known as the Danish capital of America. It was mostly a rural town with craft-style buildings. And that went to all change throughout the time into the 40s and the 50s when it became the tourist attraction that it is today. And it's not only about making money, it's not just about profiting from tourists, but a lot of the inspiration from the town comes from the experience that many soldiers that participated in World War II that went overseas and participated in the war effort with our allies and got for the first time to tour the towns that their parents and their grandparents came from. They got to experience it themselves and then they brought it back to it. So you can talk about a homage to cultural legacy. It's not just the whimsical experience. So those are all things that you need to consider when you put your mind on the design. The other thing that I'm going to say is that when you add whimsical elements, when you add cutesy elements, thatch roof, that it's not real thatch, it's some sort of imitation, the turf. I would have loved to know about the synthetic turf that they're going to put in there. It starts looking a little less like a Danish village and a little more like a Coppelia set for a ballet. So you have to be careful that, it doesn't look like a mockery or it doesn't look like a set. After all, this is a real city and we want it to be treated as such. I have a hard time with it. It is true. We're going to go back to the elements that we're discussing, the tile and the timbers, and everything else we're going to put aside. We're trying to get everybody to follow the rules, and there is a process for getting things done. So I have a huge problem with all of the time and effort that staff has spent on this project, and then setting the precedent that anybody can come and cry to city council and say, well, I already built it anyway, so I guess you're just going to have to approve it, or else somebody's going to be sad because it's not going to be done for Christmas. No, there's a reason why we have a process. And again, we can't spend all of this time processing all of these appeals just because somebody has the money to to be able to do it and get away with what they want. I think the staff has already made a lot of concessions for what the project looks like. There's a lot of things that they are recommending for approval that are vastly different from the original plans. So I'm not, I think staff has been very reasonable, and I personally find it kind of disrespectful to disregard all that work.
Okay. Ms. Smith.
I have a few comments, if that's okay. I want to thank everybody for coming forward and speaking tonight. And I certainly want to thank the people that have actually individually approached me on the street, visitors and residents. And I have to say, I've never met Mr. St. George other than right here tonight, and I have not visited the site. I really understand that the goal and the desire and the plan of this project is that it's not really like a hotel that individuals are going to come and rent a room, that they're looking at having like businesses and come and have conferences and retreats and meetings. And I think that's really appropriate for this site, for that space. This space has been vacant for forever. I mean, for such a long time, and I'm really glad to see that it's becoming something. But I want it to become something that we can all be proud of. And it's the gateway to Solvang. I mean, thousands of residents are going to be passing this every day, and hundreds of thousands, millions of people are going to be seeing this coming into the city. And I want it to represent like all that is Solvang. And all that is Solvang includes following the rules and the guidelines, and we all have to do that as residents, as businesses, as developers. I think it's really important that any development adhere to these rules that we all must follow. These rules have been carefully like crafted and created by Solvang residents and voters that have sort of guided and communicated with the city staff to implement and make it become something. I think we all want Solvang to remain with its Danish village beauty. So I think there's a reason for these rules. And my concern is kind of a rhetorical question, that if we bend the rules for this project, doesn't that make the city vulnerable to other developers and other projects that they might push the limit? I mean, even Mr. St. George said he could have developed some kind of building on that small lot. I mean, could he really? Could he develop a 7-story building, a 20-story building? I mean, I don't think we really want that. And I feel that this is kind of like a slap in the face to all Solvang residents and voters and the staff if we allow this to go through. So I don't think that we should allow this and set this as a precedent. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Brown, may I just make a comment?
Of course.
I would suggest the council members, their comments, if we could have their input on whether and how the two elements that are on appeal meet the design criteria that staff has laid out in the staff report, and the council's opinion on staff's analysis of whether those two elements, the half timbers that have been highlighted and the roof tile, how those line up with the design criteria presented by staff, because that's really the criteria for the decision this evening.
Correct. Is staff prepared to do that? Give us those design requirements, or is that?
They're in the agenda.
And in Raphael's staff report, yes.
Okay, yeah.
And those focused on what was presented earlier, which was the community design guide, or the community design element, the old community design element, the 2008 land use element, and our adopted community design guidelines.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in here on a couple of things. I've been very patient in listening to everybody, and thank you for coming out today and giving us all your feedback. We've had a few discussions about whether we're following the rules. These are the rules. So the appeal is an opportunity for something that you're not sure of, or an idea, and whether or not there is an appeal. That's for us to decide. It's not that we don't agree with staff. I think of it more as, first of all, this is a very unique project, and we have to determine if we approve it, is that what's best for Solvang? Not what's best for the project, not what's best for me, what's best for Mr. St. George. Is this a great project? Well, the way it is, the artistic aspect of it that we've discussed backwards and forwards, some of us might say tomato or tomato with the designs and the things that are going on. The curvatures and the half timbers, there are some in town, so it's not precedent whether that's existing or not. And I'll be honest with you, I've never had anybody from Denmark come over and say, God, I wish you were more authentic to what we do in Denmark. I've never heard that from anyone. Even though it may not be authentic, it's it's fun. It's representative. It's maybe it's not a double, but it's a single. There's a number of ways to give analogies to it. I think what is best for Solvang, whether this project with the changes, and I consider these things somewhat like a change order. If anybody that's ever built something, and they said, "Well, I want a different vanity," that's a change order. I see it similar to that as part of the construction. It wasn't okay with the staff, but I don't see this as a slap in the face. I see this as design and differences of opinion, and this is the process. So coming to us and going through the appeals, making amendments, and so forth. So I don't think that we've given anybody any additional latitude that we wouldn't have given to anyone else in this project. And I applaud you, Mr. Castillo, for doing that and keeping level that way. What I'd like to discuss is where we have two items really in front of us: the half timbers and the roof design. I understand the issues and whatnot, and I understand staff's made a great play here, but I also think that the line, I think, or the roof, I think, is similar to, like I said earlier, it's the pinstriping on the car. It's a pop. It makes it attractive. One of the speakers referred to it as the hearts that we have in town. For those reasons, I would approve the appeal and make a motion that we approve the appeal.
I have one more question, because we're talking about the half timbers that are curved, and we're talking about the tiles. Are we also talking about those horizontal timbers that are, sometimes found in like Finnish steam houses or boat houses?
So
Are those subject to appeal too?
the appeal is just focused on units 2, 3, 4, 5, and 9 with the half timber that. Well, yes, not the curvature ones, but just the ones that are just a little bit excessive.
Excessive.
And that's what the DRC had concurred with staff's assessment, that they were excessive. It's not like we don't want them. However, they just aren't to scale, and they don't meet the aesthetic policies that were established by these documents that we've discussed.
Okay.
And then I want to add that based on Councilwoman Arona's request, we could add some additional language to PLN 1 in regards to if you want to uphold having a last sentence that if there are if it's inconsistent with Exhibit B and C, the project shall go to Design Review Committee for final determination. And then another on the landscaping one, which would be PLN. PLN 5, that the final landscaping plan go to the Design Review Committee for final approval. So those would be to address Councilwoman Arona's concerns earlier about adding conditions. City staff feels those would be the added conditions to satisfy those concerns.
I would amend my motion to include those conditions. Will I have a second? No second?
I'd like to make an alternate motion, since there's no second.
You may.
I would recommend that we adopt Resolution 25-1303, denying the appeal and adopting the Planning Commission decision.
I'll second that.
Point of clarification, does the motion include the amendments suggested by Member Elizabeth
No.
Arona? Okay, thank you.
I'll make an
Okay,
amendment.
it's
It's been seconded. We have to vote.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the planning resolution.
Yeah, so it's a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the planning commission's decision, which upheld the community development director's decision.
Correct. Very well. It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, we'll move on. Oh, may I make one more comment before this is completely done? I was called out for accepting funds from Mr. St. George, which is absolutely incorrect and factually wrong. I've not received any donations from Mr. St. George for mayor, so just facts are facts, and that they're. I don't want to be misquoted or make a rebuttal in that regard. So let's move on to items 8B. We've pulled that. Item 8C is no longer on the 8A is no longer on the agenda. So we're moving to 8B.
Agreement
read
with
it?
NBS Government Finance Group, DBA NBS, for downtown Solvang Business Improvement District bid formation and implementation services.
Thank you. Staff report, please. Excuse me. Would you mind taking that into the side room if you're going to have discussions, please?
Hans?
If you're going to discuss things, please move outside if it isn't pertinent to our current discussion. Thank you. Staff, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are going, the item for consideration is the approval of the professional services agreement with NBS, Government Finance Group, doing business as NBS, to assist the city with the formation of and implementation of a business district downtown business improvement district. Business improvement district is a local funding tool, and it enables businesses within a defined area to collectively invest in services and improvements that directly benefit them, such as beautification, maintenance, and safety. The goal is to create a sustainable structure that supports downtown vitality, strengthens collaboration, and reduces reliance on general fund for ongoing improvements. There was a request for proposals released on August 11th. 2 proposals were received. Staff, including myself and Community Development Director Rafael Castillo, evaluated both proposals based on experience, approach, schedule, and cost, and NBS was the unanimous choice. The scope of work will include conducting stakeholder outreach and interviews, recommending a district structure and assessment methodology, preparing management district plans and engineer reports, drafting notices, ballots, public hearings, materials in compliance with all rules and regulations, and supporting petition and hearing processes throughout the completion. NBS has 29 years of experience guiding California cities through business improvement districts with formation, renewal, and assessments and engineering. And relevant projects include several improvement districts in Long Beach, in the cities of San Mateo, and Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco. So a lot of these are cities that have tourism, that are tourism-based communities. I spoke with Kyle Smith from the City of Long Beach Business Improvement District Program Manager, and they confirmed a positive experience with NBS. I spoke with Austin Metoyer, Downtown Long Beach Alliance Business Improvement District Manager, and he also shared that NBS did their engineering report. So staff is recommending the approval of the agreement with NBS for an amount not to exceed $89,175, funded by the general fund. This is underneath the threshold that requires council approval, but because it is important to the community and it's a vital project and has a lot of community importance, we felt it was important to bring it to the council. If approved, this project is expected to span approximately 12 months, 6 months for formation and 6 months for implementation. And This effort advances council's goal number 12, exploring a BID in a manner that has chamber support while broadening and balancing tourism through locally driven initiatives and partnerships, and by pursuing a more sustainable, diversified revenue base for city services. Staff recommends the approval of the agreement with NBS in an amount not to exceed $89,175. And Danielle Wood from NBS is online to answer any questions that you might have. And I'm also available to answer any questions. And that concludes my staff report.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Alfonte?
A couple questions on this. I'm a little slow on the uptake, apparently. A business improvement district requires a district, but I haven't seen or heard of a specific district. Is that part of what this group will define?
Yeah, so the scope includes, as mentioned, the scope includes conducting stakeholder and outreach interviews, recommending the type of structure. So first of all, is it going to be property owned? Is it going to be business owned? What's going to be the district in particular? What are going to be the interests that this district wants to fund? And this is all done through the outreach and interviews. And then they will come to us with a memo outlining and recommending what is the best approach for us. And we'll come back to council and have council approve that particular structure and process.
If I may, I think his question is what's the footprint, the geographic areas, will that be different?
Right, so it hasn't been defined yet.
Okay.
That's part of the process.
Predominantly the current.
Right, that's part of this.
TRC.
Ultimately, it could be potentially a similar layer, but
Okay.
that is up to the consultants to help us define, and the businesses or property owners or mix to identify.
So it's my understanding a business improvement district collects money from the businesses or residences, depending on what's decided, for the purpose of advancing those businesses or residences.
For the purposes that have been identified by those districts or by those businesses or property owners. Correct.
So we don't even know what they want yet because we haven't interviewed them?
Correct.
What are we going to do with the money, I guess is the question.
That's correct. So that's what the consultant will help to do. They will, in the same order as mentioned, they will conduct stakeholder outreach and interviews and find out what the appetite is and what the items are in particular that one would want to fund. They would recommend what makes the most sense based on who is interested in. So whether it's a property owners or business owners or a community business, which is a mix, then they would prepare the district plan and how we would go about it. So first we say, what are some things that you would like to see improved? And then depending on whether it's businesses or owners, they'll say, well, we want this and this and this, and the city is not doing this. And then you say, are you willing to fund that? And if so, how much? And then you work your way to a plan. So a consultant will help us identify all of these things in that sequential manner.
So it's going to cost us approximately $90,000 to figure out if somebody wants us to tax them to do something to improve them.
And that also includes the formation. So I will let Danielle explain a little bit more in detail, since that's kind of her that is her expertise. But ultimately, the $90,000 funds the entire process from the research to our decision moving forward to the formation.
But the decision moving forward, you say, is coming to the council first?
Yes, once a plan has been identified, we'll come to council before moving forward and implementing it. But I'll let Danielle speak to that.
Sure. Hi, I'm Danielle Wood from NBS. We have worked with hundreds of local government agencies across the state, forming these exact type of districts. So the process starts first by reaching out to your community members. The city is the facilitator of this process, but the community members are the stakeholders. So this is a community-driven district. The services that are provided are created and scoped based on input from either business owners or property owners. The potential boundaries are created by those same stakeholders, either business owners or property owners. We do a large amount of engagement up front to determine if there are community members that are looking for these type of enhanced services for the community. And then we take that feedback and we put forward a recommendation to the stakeholders, what the budget would look like, what their proposed assessments would be, what some of the considerations of a boundary that they're looking at. And then once we have a general consensus to move forward with either property owners or business owners with that framework, so the budget and the boundaries, then at that point we come back to council because again, the city is a facilitator of the process, but it's really the stakeholders that make the decision if the district is approved or not, because they are in essence taxing themselves to pay for additional services. So a lot of communities across the state have, a lot of downtown business areas have these types of districts to help with funding of services that they want above and beyond what the city is providing. So cleanliness, marketing services, safety, security, things like that. So we start by talking to the community, we gather that information, then we come back to council once we have a general consensus with then council needs to approve the action to move forward for the potential of forming the district. Then once we have that, then we go back out to the communities. They have to sign a petition. The stakeholders have to sign a petition with the dollar amount that they'd pay. Then once that's approved, then we send out ballots, and then the ballots have to be approved as well. So it's really the council is listening to the stakeholders and what they're asking the city to facilitate, and that is the approval process. Then once approved, it will go on the county tax roll on an annual basis, and then the funds will be apportioned back to the city, then shared with the stakeholder group that has been set up, which is part of this whole process as well, to provide the services to that downtown community, that corridor, whatever is decided through the process as the boundaries.
What percentage of the people, the businesses that you interview is required to approve it?
So there's two different approval phases. It's 50% on the petition phase, and then it's majority approval of the assessment amount on the ballot process.
And from a city point of view, does this become an enterprise fund then? Or it goes to general fund?
It's specifically for this district, and it goes straight back to the district. It's a pass-through to the district for use on services only outlined in this engineer's report.
It's like the one that we do with Visit SYV. It would be entirely, so we'd be the pass-through.
Well, I know we're the pass-through to another organization that uses the money.
Yes.
I didn't understand it that way here.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's what's going to happen? We're going to pay these folks to
Not these
handle
folks. These are helping us get the study done so that we know what resonates. One of the biggest, couple of the larger things that, in my mind, foot patrol downtown by some kind of security or additional police services, more video security kind of things, power washing the sidewalks daily if we wanted to. I mean, the city's only going to do it on a quarterly basis probably, so additional services that we're not able to provide can be funded. But that's part of what the research they do is what resonates, what do they want, and how much are they willing to pay.
Thank you.
I have another question. I really wish that there were business owners present to say how they feel about it. While I know that this is a goal that we have, I feel kind of uncomfortable approving a proposal when we don't know what the feeling is. Is the $80,000 encompass the whole scope of work from community engagement to placing the ballot, or is that going to be less if we engage the local community and they say, no, we are not interested?
I can answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can answer that question, yes. So The project is broken out by task, and we start with the initial outreach and engagement. It's a feasibility study to decide if it's a property-based or business-based. Then as we move forward to the implementation and planning, if at that point there's no support, you wouldn't move past the petition phase because you have to get 50% of the participating parcels to sign the petition. Or businesses. So it wouldn't move past that phase. But even before that, we couldn't get to the design and the district design if there's not enough engagement in the community. So then that would stop the project at that point as well. And at that point, I think you would be at $40,000. If we got to the point to say that the city gave the community the opportunity to provide feedback and form a district that is similar to many communities like Solvang, and the community decided that they weren't interested in the enhanced services. So at that point, it would stop. Thank you.
Just a comment and a question, because I think the material that NBS provided had some good examples of the work they've done with other communities and other BIDs or PBIDs, which gives samples of the kinds of outcomes or the kinds of focus areas that the improvement district, created for themselves. It was keeping the sidewalks cleaned or dealing with homelessness in a retail location. So those are examples of what could come out of this, but that's the exercise they'll take us through. The question that I have is, does the chamber have, does our chamber have any opinion or input on support of this approach? And to Claudia's point, where's their voice? What are they saying?
Yeah, this was mentioned to the Chamber's Executive Committee, just letting them know that we were going to bring this to council so that they were aware. And they expressed support. They said, please keep us posted. We'd very much like to be involved in the stakeholder engagement. And, one of the many options, and I don't want to pigeonhole us to this, but it could be the chamber who is the organization that oversees it, or it could be it's a separate nonprofit that oversees this, that comes out of those businesses or those property owners. So to your point, Mr. Infante.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody that cares to chime in on the BID for anybody on Zoom? Okay, we're beyond that. All right, we're going to close the items for comment and bring it back to council for discussion. I've received comment from business owners that do want it, and similar to the BID that we approved for the wine group, that's how it operates. Just think of it like an HOA for the members that have a stake in the project itself, and a third party that allocates those funds to their wishes, so they have their own control over it and can do more. So it might be something as simple as uniform benches or memorial benches or something like that, but it's their say-so, and we don't have to micromanage the downtown beautification or other things that they wish to do. Maybe it's they can take more control of their signs, or they can do other things of that nature. And so it's not a revenue generating to the city, but it might be a cost savings to the city for things that we may not have to do in the future, or do less of, because they take on that role. So, and like I said, I know for a fact that one store owner during the Christmas time, during our Yule Fest, he had shoplifting that exceeded $10,000 for that period. And a little additional foot traffic and a little more exposure for security probably would have prevented maybe half of it. But again, it's a guess, and the survey and the feasibility study would let us know what kind of results we could anticipate. So I'll make a motion to approve item 8B and move forward with this, with the study.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve 8B with the contract. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, before we roll on, we've gone past our witching hour, and I will need a motion to proceed beyond the 9:30 time frame.
So moved.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend our meeting as necessary. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
No.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes
When-
4-1.
When she wakes up, we'll finish this. Okay, let's go to, would you please read into the record 8C?
First reading and introduction of ordinance amending advisory body terms and appointment process.
Staff report, please.
That'll be coming from me. The city of Solvang is considering a change from a 2-year to a 4-year staggered terms for advisory body appointments by council members, with 2-year terms for mayor-appointed members to align with their terms. Currently, all members' terms often expire at once or require annual recruitment, leading to high turnover, limited institutional knowledge, and a significant administrative burden. The proposed changes aim to improve stability, continuity, and engagement by reducing recruitment frequency and ensuring only a portion of each advisory body turns over every 2 years. Under the new system, terms would begin in March following an election, and clear guidelines would be established for appointments, vacancies, and term transitions. If adopted, current members' terms would be extended or transitioned into the new structure with flexibility for resignations or removals as needed. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
If I may, Mayor Brown, one point of order, since it's past 9.
We just
Oh, you
did it.
You did
We
it?
did it.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
God, Chelsea, we do good even without you.
You guys handled it beautifully. I apologize.
We thought you went home.
She just woke up from her nap.
Yeah.
She trained us
We're not
well.
paying you for that 5 minutes, okay? So,
Hey, I was listening in the other room. Just when I walked
no, you
through.
weren't. Okay. I asked if there was any questions of staff. Everybody understand what we're trying to achieve?
Yes.
I think it's important that we continue and maintain that institutional knowledge beyond the 1 year and not have it cycle everybody through at the same time. Is why that's been brought up. Mr. Murphy.
I just want to point out, this is kind of an extension that came out of our last appointment process when Councilmember Louis Smith was appointed to council, and there was going through the rush to get the planning commission and all that stuff. So it's taken a while to mature, but that's why we're here with this item tonight. So it's fulfilling one of the requests of the council.
We can blame you? Is that right?
It's all my fault. Okay.
Okay.
And then just a question. So this applies to DRC, it applies to Planning Commission. Yeah. So my next question is, does it mean that each body, it's going to have different members expiring terms at different times? Or does it mean that the terms expire for each body as a whole at a different time?
The intent would be to be staggered, just like the council is. So you have 2 plus the mayor every 2 years. So the appointees for each of the individual council members would stay on for that term if they wanted to. And then with the mayor, for instance, like what happened this last time, if the mayor was elected out of one of you that was midterm, then you would not get another appointment. The person that replaced him would be the one to appoint the new member of the whatever the body was.
Okay, so whoever gets appointed by the mayor stays for 2 years, but everybody else stays for 4 years?
Right.
Okay.
The mayor could reappoint, assuming they ran and got reelected. They could appoint the same person.
Okay, thank you.
No requirement to change.
The appointments we've made, though, still are approved by the body by vote. So that's how it's been.
So that is how it works for the planning commission only, actually. The other body appointments don't have to be ratified by the council. I think we have, just as a matter of course, but if you look at the code, only the planning commission is required for appointments to be ratified by the council. So this makes it consistent across all bodies for all those types of procedures. And one of those changes is to make it consistent that each member representing a district, so not the individual. So if you go out in the middle for some reason, there's a vacancy on the council, that same district seat doesn't automatically get to reappoint somebody. That it would be just that seat, that district seat, appointing the person and not a vote by council. But if that's your preference, that appointments be ratified by council, that we can certainly make that change to the ordinance. That's purely a policy call, but it was kind of mixed currently with how it was across the committees.
Yeah, and if we're assuming that other people that are already on there will continue for the term, but if they wish not to or can't make that commitment for that period of time, they want to retire or something else comes up, how would we handle that now if somebody, one of those?
So great question. And Randy and I went back and forth about this a lot, but it's going to be handled by how the vacancy procedures work. So at any point, someone on one of the bodies can decide that they want to vacate their seat and resign. And that's happened on one of the bodies, and that's the next item on the agenda. And so what we would do as staff is we would work with the current members, because this would automatically extend their terms to the new 4-year period, and line things up with whoever appointed them with that council member's term. And if they did not wish to, we would encourage them certainly to continue to serve, but if they didn't wish to, all they need to do is resign, and then we would follow the vacancy appointment procedures, and you would fill their seat again with somebody new, and to fill the remainder of the new term.
And would that commissioner, for lack of a better word, would that appointee have to be from that district, or could be anywhere in the city?
No,
or
at large.
At large.
So we're tying an appointment to a city council district so that we don't have to so that the appointment slot goes with each district on the council level, but each appointee and the bodies, like a planning commission and design review, they serve at large. So they don't have to be from your district or any particular location in the city.
Okay.
Even though you each get an appointment token to use.
Chelsea,
Thank you. Even though it's not policy, as you pointed out, I do like the ability for consensus for appointments and having that. You're pointing to
It does say majority vote still on Section A.
If somebody declines to appoint, and
Got you.
then there's like a mechanism for the council can act as a body to put somebody in.
Okay.
But we could amend that to ratify.
I'm in support of this approach because I think it matches each of our terms, and it gives continuity for each of the bodies, which I think is important because history is and some, watching some issues along the way becomes important over time. The only concern I have is that 4 years, a 4-year commitment is a long time. And my concern would be that sometimes members or appointees might have reservations about committing for that length of time, and so we might increase vacancies as a consequence of, moving towards something that gives us strength and benefit. But what I don't see in the process, can we introduce an application process so we have a constant pool of potential candidates, and that application process would help us confirm some of the other criteria that we're trying to reach when we're appointing members or confirming that they're actual residents of the city of Solvang and things like that. I didn't see any mention of it, but we should have an application process.
We do, right?
Yeah, we could have a pool. We kind of do that now when we do the recruitment. There's a few vacancies we've had that we reach back into the individuals that have applied
Yeah,
previously.
more like a bench, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously that I've been in several jurisdictions, and every jurisdiction I've worked in, the appointment for the various commissions and committees were for the term of whoever was appointing them. So this was been a unique thing here, but it was every 2 years. And as was pointed out, we're ultimately now recruiting every year, which is, and poor Anna Marie pulling her hair out, so.
Still have more hair than most of us.
Can we add that as a step in the vacancy fulfillment process? Is to confirm there's an application step.
So the process for how staff handles the applications and maintains them, that's just not in the code right now. That's kind of like an administrative process that staff has developed. I guess so. Maybe I need some more clarification
Well,
on
how
what
would
you're
we
asking.
notice the community? That might be candidates that we want to consider. How do they become aware that a vacancy
Staff
is?
pushes out. Go ahead, Anna Marie.
It's public noticed. Okay.
And we have a newsletter now too, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that?
There's a government code, as there
I know I'm
always is.
skipping ahead, but are we publishing it for the vacancy on the RMOC? Did we publish it?
That'll come next.
Okay.
At the next
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make it available now for public comment. If there's anybody in Zoom or in the room that would like to say anything or weigh in on this item. Okay, I will now close it to public comment and bring it back to the dais for final comments.
This is a first reading, or is it, can we approve the ordinance?
It's first reading. So if you want to make amendments, now's the time, because then we can amend it and bring it back for introduction again. And so I guess I would appreciate some clarification on the appointment part. What's in there now requires, has certain qualifications for each body member that's specific to the body. I think staff has their process that they follow to recruit people, and just historically that recruitment process hasn't been codified. There's pros and cons to that. One is, it's a little more flexible. Staff can, amend it to suit their needs, but we certainly could codify it if you wished. But when there's a vacancy or an initial appointment at the end of a term, it's kind of the same thing. They put a blast out, they get applicants, they look back to previous applicants. I think for a vacancy, you tend to go back to the pool from the most recent recruitment first, right? So even though it's not in the ordinance, I guess my point is there is a process in place. It's just at an administrative level instead of codified.
Yeah, I think, we could talk to the manager and make sure that if you have a specific aspect that's administrative, and I think that would be fine, because I'd like to keep it flexible and not make it so regimented. It's already difficult enough to become a volunteer and help us with these endeavors. I'd like to have that flexibility, but I would like board consensus on appointments. The appointment can come from that, and if denied, bring up another one from the same district or district perspective. But that's how I would ask you to modify it, if possible.
Okay.
I'd actually rather codify it. I'll say why. I think that I think having a methodology that says we're open for volunteering and that there's no that the process is transparent and available to everyone. That there's we're not doing something that isn't completely publicly disclosed. I think that's important.
If I may, government code requires us to do a public notice on recruitments and also annually by the December 31st to publish a notice under the MATI Act of all current positions and vacancies on advisory bodies.
Well, that'll do. Does that include an actual application process or just notice?
We have an application process, and each application asks for all the specific information one would want to know, including a resume. And anyone who is not selected, their application is then kept to consider for vacancies that may occur during the time period.
Yeah, I think that covers us. Perfect.
Okay, there's a preferred motion there. Anybody like to move this forward?
And if you want, if anyone making the motion likes Mayor Brown's amendment to require council ratification of appointments, you can add that as say the motion, the recommended motion, then you can add that at the end if that's what others are interested.
Well, then I move to introduce the first reading by title only, ordinance number 25-0384, amending certain sections of Chapter 1, Planning Commission, Chapter 4, Design Review Committee, and Chapter 6, Revenue Measures Oversight Committee of Title 2, Boards and Commissions of the Solvang Municipal Code, and add to that ratification of appointments by the board. Council.
I'll second it.
It's been properly moved and seconded for item 8C with the amendment, or the modification, I should say. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 8D as in Delta. Revenue Measures Oversight Committee vacancy. Staff report, please.
On August 20th, 25, our MOC member, I'm still having a hard time with that acronym, Jamie Baker resigned, leaving a vacancy in a term originally set to end in December of 2025. Since Member Baker was appointed by former Councilmember Clark, and Clark is no longer on the council, Councilmember Louise Smith, who has not yet appointed a REMOC member, should make the replacement appointment. Per the municipal code, the new appointee will serve the remainder of the unexpired term. However, if the previous ordinance 25-0384 is adopted, the new member's term would be extended to March 1st, 2027. Currently, there is an applicant that was not selected for the RMOC committee, whose application is still on file, that Councilmember Smith could draw on to fill the vacancy. The other alternative would be that we would do a full recruitment, and staff is suggesting that Member Smith make that selection from the applicants already in file.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Well, so what we just discussed, did we publicly notice that there's a vacancy? I mean, that what we just talked about, we need to adhere to, right?
Since there's a vacancy option is to draw from the pool of applicants that have not already been selected.
But we just said we would notice. Did we publicly
During the
notice?
normal recruitment period, we notice, and annually, we publish the MATI Act.
This is a midterm vacancy.
Okay.
But we're
then we
extending,
just-
but we
just-
extend the
yeah,
term to
then we
Ms.
just-
Smith's.
I completely misunderstood because what we just talked about was a scenario where someone would, mid-term, resign and create a vacancy. And you just explained that we, instead of creating an application notice, we were obligated to notice the public.
At the end of every year, as I understood, there's a requirement for her to notify vacancies and board positions.
Well,
We're required-
that's meaningless. I mean, why would you do it at the end of the year when the
Well, once a
vacancy
year.
could happen in January?
We're required by the end of the year to post all current positions and vacancies annually by the MATI Act. I do it instantaneously. As soon as there's a vacancy, publish it on the notice on the bulletin board and make that available online. Normally, that's done, actually, when I say instantaneously, it's usually after councils become aware that there is a vacancy. That is standard every year. As for the recruitment process, that's done through public notice, and that is a requirement to be published in a newspaper, and we also do outreach. The situation we're talking about here is in the instance of a midterm vacancy. How would we fill that position? And staff is recommending that we draw from a pool of applicants that were not already selected for this mid-term vacancy to continue out the term.
So we
That's
just
your
passed something that just says vacancies. It doesn't classify whether it's midterm vacancy. Any vacancy.
The term is specified. It would be a 20 through 24 or a 22 through 26. The term is specified just as yours terms are specified. The vacancy would be, in this case, next to, it would be the RMOC. It would list all the members. It would list their terms. And then for the member who's left his term, it would show vacancy and it would still show term 22 to 26 or 20 to 24 or whatever that term is. It would just show that that term is what they're filling. They're not getting a new 4-year term. They're just filling that vacancy for whatever that term is. So,
Yeah, I don't.
Clear as mud, right?
is it?
But right now, we only have one applicant in the pool. So I'm really not making any decisions. or any
No, you have
choice.
discretion. They're recommending one. You don't have to choose that individual.
It would be nice if I knew who this person was.
Well, and to add a little bit of complexity to this, we have not reached out to that individual to see if they're still interested.
That's another reason to kind of publicly notice that there's a vacancy. How do we have currency in the pool?
So next steps would be to reach out to this person to see if they're interested, and then
Correct. They were interested the last time that we thought there was a vacancy, but that was 6 months ago.
But that was a different member of the RMOC. So that technically that would have been someone else's appointment, correct? And that applicant was related to that appointment.
There was a different member that appointed the individual who was going to leave that changed their mind. But the individual who appointed that person would have had the opportunity to appoint that remaining person, but it never got to that stage. The person withdrew their resignation. But at that time, when we approached the applicant and they were interested, but it never got to that point.
Well,
And what should be the process if it's up to her discretion then? I genuinely feel like there's holes in these processes now. I'm looking at the attorney.
Well, and I think if we aren't sure if the person's available still, it probably makes the most sense to bring this back. And at that point, we can publish the notice, give an opportunity for others to apply if they wish, reconnect with the person that has applied, provide the list to to Member Smith, and then when we bring this back, she can make her appointment. I will note that the way the RMOC is currently drafted, there is no ratification by the council for that committee. So when it does come back, it'll just be her appointment, because that will be before we've gotten through second reading and effective date of the ordinance you all just introduced in the last item.
Understood.
Yeah.
If I may, the ordinance that you previously, just the item before this one, the purpose of that ordinance is to have it every 4 years, have a recruitment every 2 years, to avoid having a recruitment every year, to be able to draw off of the pool of applicants that weren't selected. If we go to this new item and do a full-out recruitment, we're back to where we were doing full recruitments every time there's a vacancy, or every 2 years, whichever comes first. And that means every year, as history has proven itself.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment at this time, if there's any. Okay, it's I can feel the energy dropping. But anybody online? No? Okay. I am closing it to public comment and bringing it back. I think what's best is to allow Councilmember Smith to evaluate her options for this appointment and come back to us when you feel you have somebody that you would like to present.
Wow. But now you've left it to the council member. I mean, and so no process to support her.
No,
Ever?
there's applications and there's recruitment going on.
There's no notice of application.
Well, that's because we're midway. We've always done it this way. Somebody quits before the next application process opened. You could draw from the pool of applicants that didn't get selected. If you don't have enough, then you reach out. But again, it's more administrative burden to have to redo the process all over again for just one person that has to be appointed.
Well, I think we should just, the first step would be to reach out to the individual that we have on file and see if they're interested. And if they're not, then we're in a different boat. But if they're interested, then I'd like to, check it out and see who they are.
Yeah, and we can post a notice. I mean, there's a government code section that for vacancies, we're supposed to post a notice that we can do. So we'll do that.
I genuinely feel worried that we are exposing ourselves to making appointment decisions that doesn't feel like it's very public.
It says we're required to post a notice, and it was done previously. We have a pool of that, a single applicant that may or may not be interested. We can, this meeting essentially provides the notice. We can post something and give them a week or 10 days or something to apply. And then in the event nobody else applies, then we only have one applicant.
Yeah, we just don't want a placeholder. We want somebody that's encouraged and wants to be there and will help us in this advisory role. So, Edward, Mission Drive, Caltrans, traffic flow discussion. Staff report, please.
Good evening, City Council. So this is an update for the council related to the traffic flow along Mission Drive. And staff
Or the lack of flow on Mission Drive.
Yeah, the slow flow on Mission Drive. Staff did have a meeting with Caltrans late September, and we had 6 Caltrans members that were out here. They were part of the safety and planning divisions of Caltrans, and we walked through the city from Alisal Road to 5th Street with them during, a usual day in Solvang. While we were at the Alisal Road intersection, we did reiterate to them the community's interest in a southbound left turn lane at that location. And they indicated that that type of a left turn motion, that split phase left turn signal there would require a whole new mast arm and everything at that intersection to accommodate that. So there'd be significant infrastructure requirements there. And they also said that they, they're not necessarily in favor of the split phase left turn signals because they slow down and delay along their corridor, which is the Caltrans right of way for those type of improvements. But we kept walking, and when we got down to Fifth Street intersection, we also mentioned to them the community's interest in a northbound split phase left turn signal there as well. And at that location, they noticed the queuing that was happening along Fifth Street, and we did let them know, that goes all the way up Oak Street during those high times. And they suggested at that time that to really address or to try and figure out what would be best for pedestrians, cyclists, cars, vehicles along that corridor, that we would really need to do some sort of like overall multimodal modeling where we can take and we can put pedestrians in and we can get the appropriate counts and things like that. So we did ask the staff with Caltrans to provide us some additional scope of work items that we could include in our next round of grant application for Caltrans, which will be in November for the Sustainable Planning Grant, which the city has submitted for before, and we did well on that, but now we've gone back to Caltrans multiple times to get some additional information and other ways that we can bolster our application to maybe make it more planning oriented, but yet still being able to address some of the concerns that we have, and mostly like really establishing a way to model what's going on through the corridor in a meaningful way to Caltrans and their operation systems. So Caltrans also had a few extra like short-term strategies that they suggested to the to the staff as far as along Mission Drive goes. One of their suggestions was eliminating the parking along Mission Drive, so then you don't have people trying to park, and that would, increase the flow through Mission Drive during those peak times, as well as, getting into conversations with Olson's Danish Village Bakery for the diagonal parking that is along Mission Drive on the north side of Mission. That parking, the way it's structured as a, nose in, pull out, is also very disruptive for traffic. So that was a suggestion that they said we could explore as a community. And then the third one was a park and ride outside of the city itself to alleviate some of the congestion that happens for people using their vehicles within and to park and get into Solvang itself. So, maybe working with the surrounding communities to do some sort of park and ride system. So those were kind of the three top items that they wanted us to think a little bit more about and bring to council as far as things that we might be able to do in the short term to address these issues along Mission Drive. And yeah, Randy, did you have anything you wanted to add?
So their primary concern, obviously, is the flow of traffic on 246. When we talked about adding an additional phase at Alisal and at Fifth, they indicated that would stop traffic for longer periods of time on 246. We also talked to them about providing some kind of a barricade or barrier to prevent pedestrians from just crossing in the middle of the block or even on the marked crosswalks, because that's really what ties things up is that it interrupts the flow, but not only the on-street parking, but then you've got people making left turns and all kinds of different things. So they were very clear in that they weren't a big fan of the idea of adding that additional left turn signal at either Fifth or Alisal. So they suggested that we engage in utilizing this grant to do a study. They also talked about possibly utilizing some college students either from Cal Poly or Hancock. I think they'd maybe make that like a project for them to divine some way to help improve the flow. One of the other things that came out of the conversation was they said that the traffic, the signalization and the movements are set up for the average traffic flow, the normal flow. And I said, well, most of the time it works. It only doesn't work when it's busy. Can we have two different setups? And then during Eulafest or on 4th of July, we have the timing and the other things. And they suggested that they thought that might be possible. So that's something else we're investigating. But they're at least listening. I mean, I'm encouraged. They physically came here and walked that with us. Historically, they've said, well, the numbers don't suggest you need to make any changes, and specifically accident statistics. And I said, well, it's kind of hard to damage property or hurt people if you're only going 5 miles an hour. So they at least came here. They're listening, and I'm encouraged by that. But this is not the end. We're just kind of getting started finally.
Did Randy or Bridget, do they not have the ability to do a multimodal traffic model? That they want to use a university partnership?
They definitely have members on staff that can do that. One of the things that they would need, though, is still collecting of various data, turning movements and things like that through the intersections. And so there's a lot of data collection that would go into it. And then I don't know to the extent what the model would require, but it would be probably above and beyond what they would do for like a standard community without some sort of shop program or something like that.
And what was their rationale? Did they give you any insight why they were resistant to additional left turn signaling? Basically because it slows down traffic. So for one additional left turn phase, it slows down the traffic approximately 1 minute through Mission Drive. Because it's more than just the left turn. They have to change the pedestrian crossings. It just kind of backs things up. So it takes about an extra minute, 60 seconds. They're only measuring impact along 246 highway, not on 5th and Oak. Right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so their jurisdiction is so narrow, they have no point of view on the rest of the impact. How do we change that scope? I mean, I know it's not going to change Caltrans scope, but how do we do a study that forces the data that we are only going 2 miles an hour, so there's no accidents, forces them to look at the impact of the traffic on the ancillary streets? How do we give them then they're going to focus on data, but how do we give them data?
Right. Well, that was definitely one of the things that I was like, just tell me exactly what I need to put in the RFP so that I can get the appropriate information so that we can do the right optics for this to at least put it to bed, so we don't have to keep discussing it if it's not.
One of the things that resonated with them when I talked to them is, I told them I live in Nyborg. I can walk home in 10 minutes. And Eulafest, not this last one, but the one before, it took me over 30 minutes to drive home because of the slow traffic coming through Oak, and they couldn't make that left turn off of 5th on the 246. So I talked to them about greenhouse gas emissions and environmental concerns from that. They made it clear their focus is on 246. We're concerned, our neighbors, the residents of town are concerned about the impact it has on the residential streets. Caltrans is not. So I made a bigger thing and talked about environmental, like I said, greenhouse gas. That seemed to get their attention. So again, I'm optimistic that we're getting somewhere. Certainly, it's more movement than we've had in the 2.5 years that I've been here.
I mean, the easy math is like 1 hour more. 1 minute more on Mission can equal 15 minutes less on Oak or on Fifth. So, I mean, that's the.
That's not their problem, is what they're
No,
telling you.
but That's the data they need to consider, right?
But I think
that 74% of the statistics are made up on the
I'd give
spot.
1 minute to gain 15, right? So that's how do we?
But until we solve the pedestrian interference and the left turn movement interference, it's 1 minute at Fifth, it's 1 minute at Alisal. Now it's 2 minutes. And by the time you throw a couple of other pedestrian, left turns, access across the street, it's 5 minutes. And now that's what their concern is. They want the traffic to smooth. And that's what I told them. I said, it's not flowing. That's the problem. So we've got more data. We've got our Placer AI stuff that we now have checkpoints in that we can track in the busy times how many vehicles go through there and what the delays are. And so we're going to overwhelm them with data. And
I think that study should also include our arterial routes that people are taking because it's backed up. Well, a lot of people are using Viborg. A lot of people are using Oak Street just for that reason. What we can do immediately is like at Fifth in Copenhagen and Oak Street both have a clear signs on the pavement. Don't block this intersection. I see that getting blocked, so it prevents people from being able to get into the off streets and get them off of Fifth Street. It might help if they can't block that intersection. There's nothing there that says you can be toe to toe with cars, and you're blocking that way for people to get in. But those are, I'm just trying to, these are little things that we can control and do that might help.
And we don't have a police force to enforce it, though.
Well, we don't, but that's another story.
That's another story.
That's a BID question.
I was just going to say that, actually.
I'm going to then open it up to public comment. If there is anybody on Zoom, seeing none, I'm going to close it to
I
public
just
comment.
have one more comment, which is the park and ride idea could be great, especially a seasonal park and ride. That might be
Right.
the wrong way to make an investment. But if we had, large amounts of visitors that were willing to park a mile away, easy parking,
We'd need another
quick and
trolley.
convenient trolleys. Yeah,
I bet I know a person that has one.
and we made it fun. I mean that could be a nice solution, because sometimes even like just the car show, was hard to get through town. It was hard to see to get parking, and some
if
relief would be great.
From a funding perspective, I'm happy to go to SB SCAG for funds and make them part of this, make them part of our solution as well. And I think, or as a resource for particularly as it relates to Caltrans. Any other comments, or was this for direction, or is there a motion to be made on this? What action do you need from the?
Yeah.
It's just, the motion recommended is that you direct staff to continue to work with Caltrans and find solutions. I mean, but I don't know that you need to make that motion. I think it's just, we wanted to give you an update, right? And that was one of the purposes of this, or the primary purpose of this. And then share the frustrations and with the community at large too, because we are going to have some community meetings that come out of this, and have them when we have Caltrans.
We're all
next
on the
time.
same page here for
Yeah,
Solvang.
for sure.
I guess my biggest concern is I'd like to see something within 2 years, not 2 decades.
Right.
So dealing with Caltrans.
Well, if I win the lottery, I'll help contribute to that solution.
Yeah. Okay, if there's nothing else, what I think I'd like to do, because I'd like to give 8F the time and discussion it's worthy of, I would like to table that. But I would move to table that to a future meeting. I think we could all use a personal break and more energy for such a discussion. So if I'll make a motion to table item 8F to a future meeting.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to table 8F to a future meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Infante.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Any closing comments? Be safe in the rain out there, and we are adjourned at 10:26.